said we never gave up, never surrendered, ceded, or gave up our lands. We agreed to share because that was our nature. But some way down the line, Alexander Morris and whoever was there interpreted it that we had in written text to their advantage. So when you're starting to hear that too across this country, a lot of bureaucrats out there, they're starting to say we're all treaty people. They're starting to use that rhetoric. But one thing that they don't say is that when we're all treaty people, we have to all benefit equally on both sides, First Nations and mainstream. So it's going to those kind of things, and there's been a narrative that's been spoken in this country for a long, long time. And I believe it's nobody else can do it but us to rewrite that narrative. And that's that we are not only strong but beautiful people. We have a lot of things to offer, and we all have been offering quite a bit of things to the mainstream. And so my presentation today was to present to you of what happened in Satina. A lot of nations were there. It was well attended, just like here. And the chiefs at that time wanted to make a statement. Mind you, we had a delegation from, I believe they were from Hawaii, and it was good to have them there. Another indigenous group from, let's say, another continent. And basically, we wanted to make a statement to combat all the things that were happening across this country. Because all those legislations out there that are coming from either federal government or provincial government, their legislations, their policies, those are man-made, my friends. All our laws, all our things that come from us, those were given to us from the Creator. They weren't man-made. That's the big difference. The treaties that we had signed between ourselves and our ancestors, that's Creator's law. Because He was the third party to that, witnessing it and sanctioning it. We have to get permission. And when you really delve into it, there's a lot of deeper things that you can learn from it. And can you really create policy on treaty? And that's what the government attempted to do with the internet. They wanted to have the administrative control and control on the whole relationship. I know it was talked about here the other day about the Indian Act. Yes, it is something that's assimilative against us. But at the same time, it holds accountable to the government on our relationship to the land, language, education. Those are the obligations that they have fiduciary. But if we're going to take that away, we need to put something in its place. And maybe that's the mandate. Maybe that's something that we need to make as a priority, as a collective. But I just want to come back to, the sovereign nations of Treaties 1 to 11. How many of you here have seen the proclamation that was put together from the last Treaties 1 to 11? Raise a hand. There was a couple. Yeah. So I think they put it on the screen. I wasn't verses 1 to 11 that are, in terms of strength, there's some that are the sixth strongest treaty in the world. And you can only sign treaties from a nation to nation, not government to government. And I think with this statement, we needed to put one out. And we asked our delegation from Hawaii, and they agreed that it had to be a proclamation because this is a statement to the world. We share this planet with a lot of people, but this territory was given to us by the Creator, and we still have that authority here. It was never relinquished. It's something that's still with us, in all of us, in our DNA. Because when we say our relatives, it's not just in the human form, it's everything that's created here on this land, all the animals, rocks, trees, water, everything. Those are our relatives. And that's what makes up the ground, is all our relatives. All our medicines come from there. So with that, this is the statement, and it's only 2 pages. Maybe I'll just read it for many of you that hadn't had a chance to hear it. And there's one thing I want to add before I read this. The mover was late Pukamau Henry Lewis, Igite. He was a chief for Onion Lake Cree Nation. And he had talked to me before we brought this forward. He had come talk to me, and I said, yes, I'll support you. So I seconded. And this is in Satina. So we basically went through it, and he had passed away Christmas Day this past year. And I knew him for a long time. He's a Sundance holder. I come from a family at Sundance. My dad's a Sundance chief. He was a long working advocate for our treaties and our culture. So he did something before he left. I don't know if he knew he was leaving, but he did left something good for us to continue to work. And this, my friends, is about unity. It's about working together, not just in our own treaty area, but collectively together across this country. We need to start, I wouldn't say we have differences, but we're in different environments, jurisdictions that are not of our own. We have boundaries that separate us that became reality after us. And we were never stationary. We moved where we wanted to go freely and practiced our ways and connected with each other. And also treaties were established way before these treaties we have with these newcomers. We had intertribal treaties. I think it was proclaim that Canada and the provinces created upon our treaty lands, territories exist only through treaty. At that time, our treaties were made. Many of these provinces did not exist. They were later carved out of our lands, territories without our consent, and their presence remains lawful only through treaty. And under the continuing responsibility of the Crown, settlers live upon our lands, territories only under treaty, and no province can separate itself from treaty. For treaty is the only foundation of Canada's existence in these lands and territories. We affirm that we are nations in treaty with the Crown of Great Britain, not subjects of Confederation. No law, policy, or act of Canada or its previous provinces can stand above treaty. Treaty provinces are binding obligations of the Crown, not discretionary programs of Canada. We have to change that next slide. When Canada interferes in our sovereign affairs, it acts unlawfully. When Canada uses fiscal control and administrative policies to weaken our sovereignty or redefine our treaty relationship, it violates treaty and international law. When Canada attempts to deny, diminish, or sever our treaty relationship through financial settlements, extinguishing policies, land claim agreements, or Canadian court judgments, it acts in breach of our sacred covenant. Such instruments were designed to pressure our nations into agreements that denied the truth. Our lands and territories were never surrendered. They were shared under treaty. Treaty itself cannot be waived, released, or set aside. These covenants remain sacred and binding forever. When Canada seeks to absorb our nations into its body politic or reduce us to Canadians, it commits acts of forced assimilation and colonial domination. In violation of international law, the right of self-determination, and the sacred covenant of treaty, the Crown of Great Britain remains bound the colonial governments that operate in our treaty lands and territories to the peoples of the world and to our children. So they will know that their leaders stood together to proclaim the treaties to protect them for all generations yet to come. Proclaimed by sovereign nations of Treaties 1 to 11 across treaty lands and territories on this day, 20th of August, 2025. So that is the proclamation that was put together. And before I came here, I was in Fort Carlton, 150th commemoration of Treaty 6. One of the sites, and the new Governor General Louise Arbour was there on the last day. So I actually read this proclamation to her and presented it to her. I told her to deliver this to the King. You are the representative of the King, and that we request a meeting with the King to basically discuss unfinished business. And that's one thing I'll leave off with that. Unfinished business is what I mean by that. Going back to what I said, we're all treaty people. We all must benefit equally. We know who's benefiting from that treaty relationship. All our resources, everything that's out there that we agreed to share is not being recognized, or it's not being given where it's due. Because we all see it, we live it. All the back then said in the future, water's going to be, a lot of people are going to be fighting over that resource. It's going to be even worth more than oil today. So, my friends, the message I'll leave off with you. And I'm glad to see each and every one of you here today to make the effort to come out here and listen. Many of you I see are elders that come to also listen. That we need to come together in unity. Today, we have 180 chiefs that signed on and endorsed this sovereign proclamation. And we're still not done collecting signatures. So that speaks with this power, my friends. Real true power, the nations coming together so that we can change this country. We had 150 years or even more, better treaties, being told what to do. And the only ones that can change this around is us. But with Ovid talking yesterday and Eric, there's a lot of history that we need to learn. But we need to learn that in order to move forward. And I think we were being bogged down by certain attempts. And I'll use Alberta for example, where we have a province where Premier is supporting separate. You cannot change international treaties by your own way of trying to separate a province to make it on its own. It can never be done. But one thing I will say, that for us back home, it's opened the door about resources. That's what it's all about. And I think having more discussions and bringing people together. So I'll leave you with that. And basically, that's what it was. This proclamation, it came from Treaties 1 to 11. It needs to be continued to be supported by all the nations and by the leadership. And if you haven't signed on for your nation, I have my EA sitting in the back there. He's been collecting all these signatures across the country. I think I have to give him more gas cards. But yeah, this is what I wanted to share. This shows unity, collectivity, and that's how we're stronger together. It's by working together, and it's for the generations to come. We need to make the best of what we have today for them, how our ancestors did for us. So I'll leave with that. Thank you for listening to me today, and I hope you have a good day. I hope you take something good away from here as well. Bye bye, Damascus.
Wow, that was pretty important stuff that he shared. So we'll leave the proclamation up for over the coffee break. And I want to thank Chief Watchmaker for making his way down here and sharing that really important information with us in this room. And, you know, discussions like this need to be had, or sometimes we're shocked by what we've heard, and it makes us feel really heavy, almost nauseous. Um, yeah, so you're going to get a 15-minute break. But let's continue the discussions, on our break. I know that there's little meetings happening at each of the tables, which is good. I hear a lot of laughter, which is great. And I was told that during treaty signing, that this is what it was like. Our women would come together, our elders would come together, and they would discuss these things. And so it's good action item. You're leaving here with knowledge that you can take back to the rest of your community and share. And so I think what Chief Watchmaker is doing and being the keeper of the signatures, that's really important work to do. We need that kind of work happening behind the scenes. So enjoy your quick break, and Jeannie Crowchild and Regina Crowchild. We'll have you guys make your way up this way for the next presentation. Let's give Eric Tatusas a big round of applause. He's, you don't know this about him, he's one of our amazing POW MCs that is hired, you know, here and there and everywhere. So I want to just say that about him, that, you know, when he says get out there and dance, that's exactly what we do when he's the POW MC. So I just want to thank him for that. And as a dancer, I know how important it is to listen to the MCs, you know, have their discussions in front of the mic. But he's doing a really good job doing what he does, and I just want to thank him for that. So I'm going to hand over the mic to him. Miigwech.
Good morning, once again, ladies and gentlemen, leadership, elders, chiefs and councils, and young people. Once again, I acknowledge the ceremony that took place this morning, giving us blessings and reminding God and the Holy Spirit that, and thanking them that we're still here. And again, regardless of what's been deployed against us that caused the atrocities, and it's the Holy Spirit that's kept us alive and well, ladies and gentlemen, to this day. And we got a lot to be grateful for. And briefly, you heard the proclamation. And yesterday, I spoke of making plans to transition ourselves. We've always, we were mandated back in the day to keep the treaty fire alive. And we've always been there. And then we were told there's going to be a cost to it. And then definitely there has been. And it's a volunteer stop your soon, like a ceremonial helper. That's the role that you're going to take. And that's the role I have as a spokesperson. Last year at the Sutina gathering, before prior to that, I was an interim. But they've made it into a permanent position. And so I guess when my time is here, gradually I will be passing it on. And but in the meantime, since 1992, when legislation was going against us, the leadership of that day, the elders said, "You got to get serious about this." And that's when they launched this concept. And we've done, I mentioned the work that's been done back in the day. Again, that's when we declared to have an interim office. And that what did I do? Jeannie Crowchild was asked to be the secretary to disseminate information. And so last year, we brought it to the attention of the leadership. There have been declarations that were done before, proclamations, manifestos, that we will, again under ceremony and under our law, the fight, that we will continue our side of the agreement of Treaty Crown relations, reaffirming Treaty Crown relations with the Crown of Great Britain strong relations with the Crown Right of Canada and the province. In 1994, when we went back to England and revisited the London lobby, Lord Denning was still alive. And that's how was our last visit was with him. And that's what he mentioned, that regardless, he said his office is huge, and all kinds of documents there. The master of the rules, all the international legal rules that have laws that have been passed. He's the keeper of them. He says, he pointed to one corner there. He says that my decision regarding your relations to be ongoing with the Crown in Great Britain is over there. And another learning that we got was that my late father and my cousin had the privilege to go and look in the library, the Queen's Library. That there's a library there, again, shelves like this that are stacked. And each shelf you can open, and each shelf belongs to each chief, each leader that made treaty with the Crown. When my late father and them asked Her Majesty, he said, we were informed that you had these documents here. They went through the secretary, and the secretary asked them, what can we do for you? We want to ask Her Majesty we could see those documents, put you on hold. First thing she mentioned was, when she came back out, first thing she mentioned was how gratified she was that the Indians were there in Great Britain representing themselves. And she said, more of this has to happen. And then they asked again, what can we do for you? So that's when they asked if they could go into this library. Make a long story short, there was protocol that was exercised by her, by these tribal diplomats coming to her, mandated the Earl of Scotland to do the coordination of the visit. So instructions were given to them to wait in the lobby at 10 o'clock in the morning, and they'd be picked up, and sure enough, there's a limo pulled up there, and they were taken to this library. They had to wear these special suits and gloves, a mask, and so they were taken in this library. And the custodian there asked my late father and my cousin, he said, where are you from? Which nation are you from? Nehio Nation, Pound Maker. Oh, over here. Took him to this corner, and right beside there was a slot, a drawer, a Pound Maker. He opened that. And here are these documents here. All the changes that have taken place, what Canada has reported, they're all in there. And each reserve has their own unique reports over there. So we've continued communication with that office since we're under the original tribal custom order of governance. We're not registered in order and council as others that have been transferred to Section 74 of the Indian Act. We are still sovereign, considered sovereign. And so we've continued communication. So 4 months before Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth got sick, we called. And my cousin made the call again, our governance working group. He said, by all means, we asked if they would come and get a copy. He said, by all means, come back. Get other documents that you're entitled to. So we were making plans, and at that time, Treaties 1 to 11 was at Enoch. We reported it there, inviting some members to come along. We lobbied WestJet. WestJet was going to volunteer to a brand new plane. They were going to house our delegation. Package been claimed. They're going to host a delegation at their hotel in London, England, and they're all going to do this for free. Then COVID set in. So that's on hold. So, and then now this recent visit to His Majesty, the chiefs again, were very intrigued. The Treaty 6 chiefs had, and so another group, AFN delegation went. But again, he was more interested in our partnership and being his ally. That's the way he related to communication as allies. So, and Chief Omataka left a message there that they would like to meet again. So upon coming back here, and on Sunday, when the Governor General was there, she was giving a message. Messages to take back to go report to His Majesty. And one of the requests is that a delegation from Treaties 1 to 11, like on behalf of Treaties 1 to 11, Chief Ananas requested there be a meeting per year, once a year. I don't know how often the government, what's this fly doing? I'm messing with my hand here. And I'm not sure how often Her Excellency will be meeting with the King. I know it's often. I don't know if it's every 3 months or I believe it's every 3 months she goes to give a report. And she says in her next visit, she was going to definitely know, let Her Majesty, His Majesty know that this is being planned. And this is what we've been advanced this process, ladies and gentlemen. All it needs now is to leadership, elders, leadership, elders. We've done all this work, stuff that was on a volunteer basis all this time. Now it's complete. All the way to the declaration that you saw, a proclamation. We need the next meeting, as Ovid mentioned, a meeting ASAP to begin the process of bringing us away from that position that we got coerced into the corporate circle and put beneath Canada, where we are limited on what we can do. And in the meantime, our rights are diminishing. One old man back home says, "Kagwetuta mo." Kagwetuta mo, he said. Ugeni ngani says, "Bijeti way without stopping all." In the future, there's a lot of things that are going to hit you. One of them is going to hit your heart. When your child has a toothache, and they need some severe problem, medication, and medical attention, and you go to the health services and you get denied, and you're going to have to hear that child cry. He says, "You will almost walk me dead," he says. You want to get there, or you want to do something? So we came back to our meeting, and then our advisors and our technical meeting, and then we have to get ourselves away from beneath Canada. Canada and beneath the provinces, where we are deemed at being municipalities. And that is going to happen. Although it's, the elder said, no man, no person with two legs will ever break this. But if it ever happens, it's the Indians themselves that are going to break it. And the government and officials know this. Because they have an internal circle of Indians. They've hired an inter circle of Indians that report to them. And they know this phrase. So now, since not very many of us have that technical legal support in our offices, we're so accustomed to writing our leadership writing these agreements, financial agreements. Now they've been worded differently. And the legal term is that we are coerced again into capitulating. Get yourself on and look at the term capitulating. And getting prepared at the end of a 10-year period, the process begins where we are going to be Indian municipalities and gradually circumscribed into confederation. And that's when we can't come back. Because unknowingly, we've agreed to abandon our inherent position, our inherent rights, our inherent strength, and agreed, to be a part of the Canadian corporation, to be a part of the Canadian corporation, which it is, a Dominion of Canada is a corporation. But we're the only ones that have the inherent power intact, the inherent authority to exercise self-determination. So enough of this being scared. Enough of this with how we've been indoctrinated to be afraid and to be scared as soon as a priest walks in or Indian agent walks in, and to put our heads down and then cooperate to their wishes. Enough of that. Enough of that. We now understand English, we can read, and all we have to do is reaffirm our position as tribal governments of this land. And I mentioned yesterday, one of them will be the Tribal Law Society. Treaty 2, Tribal Law Society, to exercise tribal rule of law. The next one, that's as urgent as the Law Society, is a Sovereign Economic Council. Because Kitaski no Kodemni, our land, Treaties 1 to 11 territory, covers 58% of Canada. And all the land and the natural resources that the world requires are within our territory. And we're entitled to an equity position, equity ownership. 51-49 or 50-50, at least 50-50, because they're ours. Why the equity ownership? Because our ancestors agreed to share the land. But we have to come from a stronger position to be able to negotiate. And we're doing it already. And we're doing it already where now industry and the government don't want to go to court. They want to mitigate. That's the first law to govern land and resources are expressed by the language. First law of the land on education. All the services that are available provided through treaty can be
much. That was a very wonderful and powerful presentation. And next up, we have Jeannie Colchild from Centena to provide some remarks and a lot of good shares. She's been instrumental in the Treaties 1 to 11 movement for a long time, so she deserves a big round of applause. Give it up for Jeannie. But she wasn't. She always Paul told me at all the chiefs meetings and other treaty meetings, Jimmy, you gotta go do this, you gotta go do that, you gotta learn, start collecting your data. And I did. And I collected all the way back to 2005 when Treaties 1 to 11 first started as a grassroots organization in Enoch. I looked at their report. I looked at the declarations made over the years from all the host nations every year. I tried to attend almost all of them. I think I missed 2 in the last 10 years. One was because my sister got married, and one was because I took my grandchildren, and they weren't ready to let me leave. So in the travels, I listened to the elders, and the elders always talked about unity, and about the language, and about transferring our knowledge to protect the nationhood of all nations, and about the respect of the autonomy of every nation, and moving what this treaty implementation means to them, and how are you going to do that? So as a technician, in 2024, when Cold Lake hosted their nation, I knew it was coming. I went to our chief, at the time it was Chief Roy, and I requested to him that if Suchna can consider hosting the Treaties 1 to 11 for 2 reasons. One was to bring a report to the people on all the work that they've done. I told them it's time that the people understand that these meetings are not just talks and presentations. There's a lot of work into them. And I told them I'm very proud of all the oral history, the stories, the positions that each nation has taken. And he looked at me and he said, well, what's the second reason? I told him, well, you and Mom are retiring. I'd like to honor you guys. He says, well, I don't know about me, but you can honor your mom. I'll take it to council. So he took it to council, and council said yes. But the requirement was I had to have outcomes. Those outcomes, I had to make sure that the framework that was being presented to the people and to the chiefs had outcomes. And that the commonalities were highlighted amongst the nations. Because we all have the same values, principles. We all want to move our own pathway in protection of treaty. And that those frameworks were important to everybody. So that was how we established the five-tier system, the five-pillar system. And what we have is a video of the gathering itself and how we accomplished it, how we accomplished those five pillars as Treaties 1 to 11. And we also have an executive summary report that the table has. I only have, I think, 100 copies. There's more than 100 people here. So I'm going to be nice and tell you guys, we have a QR code. So if you want to take a picture and download the report yourself, you're more than welcome to. And if you need information going back to 2005, anything, action plans, directives, reports, presentations, just let us know. We will provide it to you. We had it all. Because it took me years to gather all of it, but we did it. And I'm hoping to get this year's report. But I'm impressed with the people. Because you've so far said unity is important. You said we need to move forward in a good way that protected our inherent rights. And what does the relationship look like moving forward? That's my question. Because we need to build on all the foundations passed down and move it forward. If I'm making sense of it. But now let them show the video. If the guy can show the video, please. Oh, he's gone. Hello. He's gone? Okay.
Sean? Where's Sean? Ray or Sean? We need some assistance with the video audio. Thank you much for your patience, everyone, while we get this technical issue addressed.
fund our programs and services, our nationhood, and the people. We should be, like I've heard Chief say, billionaires. Every one of us, ensuring the resources, and be mindful to making sure that the future generations benefit, because there are resources that are non-renewable, and we have to look at that. The last one was jurisdiction and enforcement. And as how do we enforce our laws that we make, that are entrusted in us, our oral history, our oral laws? We're forced to write them down now. How do we transfer them? How do we explain in our language that, because language is descriptive and it carries our spirit, how do we put it in writing to ensure that we do not limit the future generations? And that everything we do, we have to think of our people. We have to think of their permission in moving forward, so the nations have to move collectively within their own nation on a direction that protects their treaty, protects their inherent rights, protects their benefits, and protects the future generations. So when we did that, and we presented this video to the our leaders, our nation, we got permission to present to the chiefs of Alberta. Now we got permission to present to you. And it is available. We do have a link. We do have an executive summary that if you ask, see this table, they'll hand it out if you want. If you want a copy, don't be shy, take two. But there's a scan code. That QR code will help you. And we are here to help. We help every nation who hosts. I do, my team does, and I have technicians across Alberta, a few in Saskatchewan, I think one or two in Manitoba, but we're available to help all host nations. So whoever does host next year, reach out, and I'll be more than glad to give you whatever direction, whatever directives, action plans you need. We're here to help. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. Ladies and gentlemen, before the end of the conference, each treaty area, we want to request that you have a little huddle. And to get serious with this work, let's this time appoint, name a person, and bring that name over here so we can have a list. That will begin to have that Treaty 1 to 11 working group. Eventually to become that working group espouse a permanent forum so they'll be responsible for the coordination of activities, Treaties 1 activities. If there's going to be a visit to His Majesty, that work that they will coordinate. And then the other one is Treaties 1 to 11 to be our representative organization, not one that is external, but ours that inherent base, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Let's give Eric DeTusis another big round of applause. We'll be hearing the part B of that after lunch, and we'll re-air the video once we get it synced up. I apologize for that. And so it's lunchtime. Robert, Mary, do we have anyone praying over the lunch? Do we have a plate being made? Okay. So before you guys get up, have lunch, I double dog, res dog you guys to go and buy something for your loved ones back home. Because they're probably going, I wonder what she's going to bring me. So this is your chance to go and buy something for your loved ones at home. You guys go, my John. I'll wait here. Just kidding. So let's enjoy our lunchtime. There's, plenty of time for dialogue, laughing, and, sharing jokes with each other. Different treaty territories, they have different kind of jokes from one another. So let's bring out the best jokes. Let's bring out a good time during this lunchtime. When we come back, we're going to have a deadly session with leaders. And you'll be amazed at how amazing and eloquent our people can speak. And you've seen in day one, just the beginning. So have a good lunchtime. Let's listen to some deadly songs. And any requests coming in, go see the guy behind the stage here. And we'll see you back here in about 45 minutes, give or take. Okay, Hamdash.
Bonjour again, just to make a brief announcement, respectfully from the course place of love. So we are looking for the next host for the Treaties 1 to 11 gathering, and the treaty territory that is going to be pledging. You have until Thursday morning to approach Michael Devine One-Spot and his wife. They are at the Sacred Fire. They are the Treaties 1 to 11 bundle carriers. So part of the protocol is to offer tobacco, stamina, 4 colors of material, red, white, blue, and yellow. And once you make that pledge, once that ceremony happens, then the new host will be announced at noon on our final day, Thursday. And also any additional questions that you may have, you can approach Jeannie Coachchild. Meet match and have a wonderful lunch. All right, meet match. We got the high side that our traditional offering has been completed. So feel free to dig in. And again, we have our wonderful volunteers here. If the elders would love a plate, please raise your hand. And our volunteers will bring you over your lunch.
not gonna cause any kerfuffle if you pause it, is it?
It'll push me to tomorrow's stream, but that's okay. I'll figure it out.
Or shut the mic down.
Oh, I can do that. That's
Yeah,
easy enough.
shut the mic down.
Okay.
You keep the audio up.
future, and it's coming whether we're prepared for it or not. So it's time to unite as nations and put our minds together, put our differences aside, and come together for the common good of our people. They have a safe and good meeting, and welcome everybody to the track. Thank you.
Since 2005, all the reports from Treaties 1 to 11, the directives, the action plans, were all reviewed. It's a massive document. We pulled all that information and we put it into 5 pillars. Citizenship, it's our identity, it builds our nationhood, it builds our lands, it builds our fiscal responsibility and relationship between our treaty and the British Crown, which Canada is fiduciary responsible to. We have a complete jurisdiction over our lands, our way of life, our identity, our culture, our traditions, and they're to be honored.
We need to have people from our nation to be able to know the constitutional law of our people so they can address the legal concerns internationally and nationally.
Too often when we speak about the spirit intent, we talk about the responsibility being on just the federal government. Never do we speak about how we, the treaty right holders, also have responsibilities as individuals, as families, and as groups.
Bring back your traditional governance. Bring that back into your tribes, your traditional leadership.
These discussions are so important because for the hundreds of years of colonialism, we weren't given that space. And so now we are dedicated autonomy over our sovereignty. These discussions are just the starting line to that. There's a lot of action and work to still be done. But I definitely think creating spaces like this just builds momentum for education and understanding and kinship and moving things forward in a good way where we work with one another.
Good job, good Roy. That's how we say good morning here on Switzerland Nation. Again, as I said, we are doing our Youth Day. The buses are loaded and leaving for our land-based location. We talked about our youth and education for our youth. Leadership, how leadership and unity restore our traditional governance systems for future generations and natural laws.
I want you to know that our laws, our nationhood, our right of self-determination, our way of life will never be conquered as long as we are all together, working together. So let's use our strength, our authority, and everything that we have learned from our elders, our parents, and others to stand strong and be good to one another, to care for one another, and to make our lives the way they're supposed to be. I have been working on treaty all my adult life, and I was only able to do that because of the teachings and the strength of our elders.
So you have to maintain your treaty rights. It's your home, the land, where we pray, have our ceremonies. We have to protect it. It's very important to keep the treaty going so that nothing else will be taken away from us. That's the way I look at treaty, for our protection to look after our basic needs in life.
I got to be on the bus with the youth yesterday morning just to kind of do
makes her way to the podium. Regina Rothschild, everybody. You know, it was an honor for me to be asked to speak to you. Treaty has always been my passion. All my adult life, I have advocated for our treaty, for the implementation or enforcement of our treaties. So I'm just going to give you an overview of what's been happening to us. You know, when I was a little girl, well, after summer, when we came out of boarding school, my late father, Howard Beebe Sr., told me, you're never going to be satisfied just being a housewife and mother. You give your opinion whether anybody likes it or not. I come from a family of 11 kids, so I give my opinion to my brothers and whoever. So he said, you better know who you are, what your history is, what the treaty's about, our relationship with Canada. He said, because if you don't, you're going to be very dangerous to our people. So he started taking me to Indian Association meetings, gatherings, where we had the elders and the chiefs and young people, all ages, at those meetings. And those meetings, the president of the IAA would give a report to our peoples to inform them as to what Canada was doing with respect to how it was affecting our treaties. That's how I started learning. I'm not a reader, but I listened. I listened to the elders, and most of those elders that were sharing their oral history are gone now. And you know, sometimes I think, geez, you know, when I was young, I just wanted to enjoy myself. And I missed some teachings. But I did my best to learn and to do what my father wanted me to do. So I'm just going to give you an history. Oh, and before we start, we just heard Dolly Parton pass. She was one of my, I'm a fan, you know, she's one of my heroes, and that's so sad. It's true.
You have a long enough cable though, Sean?
Yeah.
You can run mono and it'll work.
We should play a song.
Everything's centered, so
Jolene.
Cable, I guess, but
Jolene, I'd sing, but I can't carry it.
so that's why my little son has a
But anyway, and she did make some comments before about the American Indians, you know, she was interested. But anyway, back to what I was trying to say. You know, I was taught that, and as we all know, we were nations. Our peoples, our nations had peoples, they had their territories, they had their languages, they had a right of self-determination, including their right to government, their lawmaking authority, and we had traditional laws. And we also had a justice system. We possess historic continuity on our territories. That's why we are nations. If you look at the definition of what a nation is. The same with the imperial crown. The sovereign owned all of the land. The peasant farmer
would pay her a fee for the use of her territory. So that's important to know. Because today you see a lot of, like in Canada says we want a nation-to-nation discussions or agreements. Well, Canada is not a nation. We have to remember that. And we cannot keep telling them that they're nations, because they're not. We have to tell the truth. And I'm going to tell you my truth from what I learned. So, when we entered into treaty, and someone spoke about the Royal Proclamation in 1763, the Crown knew we were nations. The Crown knew that they needed our consent to settling our territories. So when they started out, Ontario wasn't ready to agree to give their consent. So they came to what is now known as Manitoba. So Treaties 1 and 2. That's where they started, these international treaties. Then they went back, and that was in 1871. And then they went back to Ontario, a treaty 3 years, and then they went west again. See, the Crown said, you cannot settle there unless you come through me and you pay fair compensation to the Indians. Well, we all were called Indians, and all the legal documents refer to us as Indians, although we know we're not really Indians, you know, but Columbus got lost, and he thought he was an Indian. So that's why we're called Indians. Anyway, those people, they had their own agenda. And when they seen our people, oh, by the way, who helped them to keep them alive, because they were after leaving the ocean, they were sick and whatever, the Indians took care of them. When they came and they saw our peoples were already on these territories, because if you look at the doctrine of discovery, if you go find land, there's no people there, then you can claim title to that land. Well, our peoples were there. The indigenous peoples, or, you know, down in South America, wherever, every place in Turtle Island, because we believe that our Creator put us here on Turtle Island, and part of His creation, so we're a part of Turtle Island. He gave us all of Turtle Island, our peoples, the different tribes, the different nations. We were able to move around all over Turtle Island, to hunt, fish, trap, and to gather their medicines and their berries, whatever. That was all given to us. So you hear a lot of our elders say we're a part of the land. The newcomers talk about title. They own the land. And there's a difference between their concepts and our concepts. So they wanted to assert their title to our territories. So when the treaty making happened, you know, our peoples never understood, spoke, or read the English language, and they used interpreters. And sometimes those interpreters didn't say what our peoples wanted. You know, in our languages, it's very difficult to capture the meaning of what we're saying in our languages to put it into the English language. It's difficult. And we still have that problem today. Because our languages were meaningful and they carried, and you know, we use different words for different can never capture that in the English language. When they came, and that's why all those years we were referred to as populations, not peoples, populations. And even today, some people still refer to us as populations. So when we entered into treaty, our peoples had a total different understanding. And the elders said, our people, our treaty is our friendship treaty, peace treaty. We agreed to live with the newcomers to our territories only this deep, and that's for settlement. Nothing below, nothing above, just for settlement. But because Canada has claimed title to our territories, that makes a difference today of why we're still fighting over our territories, trying to get the true spirit and true intent of treaty. You know, our peoples were smart, very intelligent. When they were entering the treaty, they didn't just think of themselves at that time and what they would gain from that treaty. They thought about their future generations, including us. They thought, what can we do? What decisions are we going to make sure that our peoples are here for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow. And did you know, by the way, it was King George III that said, as long as the sun shines and grass grows, and our people said, as long as the rivers and the waters flow. You know, and there's different interpretations of what that means. So that happened. But because Canada assumed title to our territories, they had to get rid of us. Get rid of the Indians. That way, they can fulfill what they were instructed to do, was to access or to gain title to our territories. Our elders always thought about what's going to happen to their people. This is our home. We have our languages, and if you look at the languages, you know, that's key to our identity. All the newcomers bring in the English language, the French, the Oriental language, whatever they have, Chinese, whatever. All those languages came from overseas. Our languages are here. We did not adopt any other people's languages. So they're ours. And it's important that we know that. But we also need to know that the whole intent of the newcomers was to get rid of us so they can legitimize their assumed title to our territories. But anyway, after treaty making, one of the first things they did was see the buffalo. We used the buffalo for everything: food, shelter, clothing, everything. Our people survived for the use of the buffalo, but they were being extinct. And our peoples identified areas where in our peace treaty of life as the Creator gave us. Mind you, in some places, the commissioners and the Indian agents put our peoples in areas that were not, I guess would say, they were not feasible for economic development or that, anything. And our people suffered. But anyway, back then, they put us on a reserve. See, in the treaty, the written text of the treaty, it says, a family of 5 would have 1 square mile. Well, our peoples didn't know what a mile was. They had no clue. So that's why they identified their areas by landmarks, whether it's rivers, whether it's mountains, hills, or whatever. I know at Sodina, Chief Bullhead, who was party to the entry into Treaty 7, was put, or they tried to put him someplace else by Arrowwood or someplace on the east side. But overnight, he sent his scouts to go look for the area where he wanted the Sarsis, or his people, the Tsuutinas, to live. So they pulled camp 2 or 3 times. And finally, the commissioners agreed, okay, that's where the Tsuutana is going to be, the Sarsis. We were called the Sarsis. We're going to live. But some were put in areas that were not very good. And so anyway, so they wanted to get rid of us. So, because the buffalo was being extinct, those harsh winters, we used to have 4 seasons: winter, spring, summer, and fall. And we had harsh winters where it would be -30, -40, and with the wind, it made it more difficult, more colder. So they gave our peoples blankets during the winter that were infested with smallpox, and it killed many of our peoples. They had to get rid of us. Still going on today. And then, in treaty making, when you make treaty, there's always obligations and benefits for both parties. Well, our obligation was to share our territories, and in exchange for the use of our territories, we would get certain privileges like treaty right to education, to health, economic development, whatever, cows and plows, ammunition, that's in Treaty 7. Schools, different things. And our peoples knew with the newcomers coming, there's going to be a lot of sicknesses that they couldn't deal with because our people used herbs, and they had their own medicine to look after the sick. But with these newcomers coming, they didn't know what sicknesses were going to be brought. So that was a treaty right to health. That Canada, even though we had our own systems, in the treaty, we would get what the newcomers were bringing, their health programs, their health services, and their education systems and so forth. And everybody has to decide and know what those treaty rights are, what those benefits are. I don't try and determine or define what those treaty rights are, because it's up to the peoples of the different nations to identify what they are. But anyway, then, so the federal government was given that responsibility. That's it, just to look after those promises of treaty for our peoples. And then 1673, there was already, was it 1673? I get the dates mixed up. I'm old, but not that old. British North America Act. 1867. There was and that was when the Crown gave her colony the right to government. They delegated that government. So if you look at British North America, 91 is for the federal government. 92 is the provincial governments. So at that time, the federal government was given the responsibility to provide the promises of treaty to us. The provinces were never given any responsibility. So instead of just looking after the responsibilities of treaty, the federal government enacted the Indian Act. That Indian Act stripped us of our authority, our right of self-determination, everything that our peoples had as nations, and they gave it to the Minister of Indian Affairs. That's why all these years, every time our peoples do something, they had to get the permission from the Minister of Indian Affairs to do what they wanted to do. And then our peoples were put onto reserves. They did the original survey, family of 5, 1 square mile for a family of 5, disregarding how our peoples were defining the areas that they wanted for their exclusive use to continue their way of life. And not a lot of times, they didn't do the survey right. That's why you have land claims today. And then, so they look at our peoples. Our peoples were not allowed to gather. They were not allowed to meet. Our languages were taken away, outlawed. Our ceremonies were outlawed. Everything we did as nations was outlawed. So the residential schools came in, and we were not allowed, our peoples were not allowed to continue the life that the Creator gave us. And in those residential schools, our peoples suffered a lot. Whether it was physical abuse, lack of health services, proper health care, sexual abuse, whatever abuse was there, they did. And there was the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, the United Church. And recently I found out the Presbyterian Church had residential schools too. And the government of Canada gave them the monies to operate these schools. And we were to go to school until the age of 16, and that was it. The original part of the, till it was amended. And you know, my mom and dad both went to residential school. My dad told us, I went to residential school, I learned something new up until grade 3. And after that, I didn't learn anything new. That was the education that he was given. But he also learned how to farm, because when we were on reserves, the intent of the commissioners and the agents were that we had to live off the land. So our peoples were taught to be farmers. And my dad became a farmer. I always grew up on a farm. And the cow and plow, the agricultural benefits, those were part of our benefits under treaty that we call treaty rights. But the government didn't stop there. Then they took the women. They said, well, as soon as a woman marries a non-Indian, that woman will be taken off the ban list of that tribe. You know, and I want to touch on that citizenship. Yesterday, I listened to Pam speak about 6162, that legislation. Our peoples knew who their members were. Our headmen knew who their members were. They had their own way of determining who was citizen of their tribe or their nations. There was no such a thing as a blood quantum. So we had treaty cards. Those treaty cards never had a termination date. And once we were born, or we follow our customs and our traditions, if we marry and if you follow the matrilineal lineage or the patrilineal way, a woman would follow a man, and their children would be one unit. That was our way. Then the Indian agents or Canada said, well, we still have to get rid of these Indians. So again, in the Indian Act, they started taking our babies from us at birth. They put them in foster homes where the child never learned about our ways or our languages. So you have to remember, everything they did was to get rid of us or assimilate us. But they couldn't do it because we're still here. They couldn't do that. So the next thing, well, they're going to assimilate us into the dominant society, so we don't know who we are. We can't practice our culture, our traditions, our way of life. They're going to assimilate us into the dominant society. But we're lucky. Many of us still had parents who knew who they were, what their history is, what their culture was, what their identity was about, what their traditions were, their traditional laws. So some of us were very lucky to have that. So we were able to hear this oral history, hearing from our elders. But some other people that went to the residential schools and lost, or they didn't know what their customs or traditions were, and they were, because of the abuses, when they were kicked out of the residential school, they had a lot of hurts, and they didn't know what their responsibilities are. See, we were taught, see, the child is so important to us. And they used to say a child is raised by the whole community, to protect that child, to teach that child our way of life, our language, and so forth. So many of our children missed that, and the ones that came out of residential school didn't know that. Then Canada, see, in the Indian Act, we used to have a section where alcohol was not allowed on the reserves. Then, because of the Dry Bones case, Dry Bones case said they were discriminating against us, that we should have alcohol. Well, when our people came out of residential schools, and because they had no mental health services, they resorted to alcohol. They started drinking. Then they had children. They didn't know their responsibilities for their children. The children were not taught our ways. So it went from alcohol, today we've got drugs. There's a lot of harm that Canada did to us just to get rid of us. That's why we have so many social problems now within our reserves and outside the reserve. We have discrimination, racism, because people think we're just there to get handouts when we already paid for everything. And under treaty, the crown subjects have prospered from our treaties, and we haven't. We still have so many people that are living in poverty today. We don't even think about the children yet unborn, and that's our responsibility. And it's important. We have to know. We have to teach our children to be parents and look after their children properly, to continue our identity. That's a very sore point in my life. I come from a family of 11 kids plus adoptions. Even white, I've got 2 white boys that are my adopted brothers, but they're our brothers. And our children today are in care. See, the feds, in parts of their process to assimilate us or to get rid of us, they are pushing us to the provincial governments who are never given any responsibility for our benefits under treaty. Section 88 of the Indian Act says all laws of general application apply to the Indians subject to treaty and other federal legislations. That was what they were following. So they're trying to put us into, and see, the provinces have the feds, well, I guess I should go back. In 1905, the province of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and I think Manitoba were established or created by the federal government. 1930, the federal government, without our consent, by the way, they didn't tell us they were going to do provinces. 1930, the federal government enacted the Natural Resources Transfer Agreement, giving away our natural resources above and below surface, and again, without our consent, our people's consent. So you look at today, if you look at C5, the Prime Minister is looking at it's two parts. They're going to start trading between provinces, which was not recognized before. And then the second part was the major projects that Canada and the provinces would look at and develop. Those natural resources, whether it's from our forest, the oil, the minerals that we have, that's what they're doing, and all because of Trump. Because Trump wants to make us 51st state. Trump wants our natural resources that Canada stole from us. We have to decide what we're going to do about that. Many of our people, not many, but there's some, that welcomed that C5 and major projects. So are we saying, okay, just because Canada assumed title to our natural resources and our territories, it's okay, we're going to give up? When our elders said we only allowed this deep for settlement to the newcomers, are we going to give that up? We have to think. We have to decide. We have to look at 9124, 91 of the British North America Act. When Canada was given the responsibilities for our treaties, but because of their intent to get rid of us so they can legitimize their title to our territories, they took away our authority, as I said, under the Indian Act. That's unfinished business. We have a lot of unfinished business on our treaties. And we have to move. We have to take care of that. These sessions that we have, Treaties 1 to 11, we have good information. People make presentations. We're learning. Our children, our young people are learning. Our elders share their knowledge, their wisdom. But we've been talking for a long time. We are at the 11th hour of losing our treaties, and I'll tell you why. Right now, here back in Alberta, well, no, I should say 1969, Pierre Elliott Trudeau came out with the white paper, and Jean Chrétien, who was our Minister of Indian Affairs at the time, was the author of that paper. And that paper simply said that they were going to get rid of our treaties and make us into municipalities. Well, guess where we're at now? The Indian Association of Alberta and other tribes fought that, did not agree with it. So Pierre Elliott Trudeau said, okay, we'll stop. But he never stopped. And he told us, he told our peoples, go home, tell us what you want. We haven't done that yet. No. And in our treaties, we were to live side by side as nations and live our way of life. We've never joined confederation. We were to retain our sovereignty. That's the understanding of our peoples at treaty making. So what do we do today? Every time we want to do something, we run to the Minister of Indian Affairs or somebody in the government seeking permission. Why do we do that? We have to wake up. We have to determine what our future is going to be so that our children yet unborn have something. It hurts me. It really hurts me how some of our people think they're so colonized that they're forgetting our ways. I'm 82 years old, and I want to leave this world knowing my great-great-great-grandchildren are going to have a home. All of yours, too. You know, I get very frustrated. I get frustrated because we are forgetting what our elders taught us, what they know, and our people are suffering. The majority of our people live in poverty. Why? When we've got all these natural resources that Canada is fighting Trump over, you know, to prosper. They've been prospering, and we've been living in poverty. Many of us are going to survive because we know how to work. We work. I worked all my life, and I just retired last year. Because I have children. I teach my children to work, to take care of their responsibilities as parents. But how many homeless people do we have? How many people are living in the cities, homeless, that have no home? How many of them have children? How many of our kids are in care? We got to think about that. We have to organize. We need a political process and a legal process. And you know what? It's so hard to get that done because our peoples are fighting amongst themselves, or somebody thinks they know everything, that they don't want to listen to anybody. That's a big problem that we have. We need to find a way of how we're going to get ahead as nations and get back our sovereignty and prosper from the territories the Creator gave us. He didn't put us here to suffer. He gave us beautiful bounty land, the land of bounty, so our peoples can live properly and not have to worry. We got to make that happen. We have to. Otherwise, we're doomed. So anyway, when Justin Trudeau was elected, that's Pierre Elliott Trudeau's son, he came to our nation in 2016. I think it was March, beginning of March. And we told him, you can no longer be going to our national organizations. You have to come to the rights holders, and that's Treaties 1 to 11 leadership. You have to talk to them, and let's correct this government relationship we have with you. We told him about the treaties. I said, Canada has no right to terminate our treaties. And you know, the old people used to say that. They said, Canada is not party to the treaty. They're not our treaty partners. They're the ones that are benefiting from our treaties. That's their benefit. They're never going to get rid of our treaties. The only way they're going to do it is to come to the Indians, and we give our consent. And I'm going to tell you how that is being done. because I've watched it over the years. Justin Trudeau, when he came into office, he continued his father's work. And that was to get rid of the treaties and put us into municipalities. They created legislation, and I'll just point out a few of them. Fiscal Management Act, Land Management Act, the Tax Commission, Child Welfare, and their self-government policy. They're giving it to us, telling us, hey, Indians, you can run your governments, you can do whatever you want if you go under this legislation, making them the source of authority instead of us being the source of authority. Making us lower than making us trying to make us into fourth levels of government when our treaty trumps Canadian law and our laws, because that's the relationship that treaty was set out for us. We have a right to government. Why are we negotiating with Canada for them to delegate the right to government to us? Why? Why do we want to limit our sovereignty? Canada has already said they're going to get rid of the Indian Act. Well, that's their plan. I mean, I don't like the Indian Act. However, I have to say, that is the only piece of legislation that is making Canada provide us with programs and services and look after us. That's the only one. That's why we got to correct 91 of the British North America Act. Finish the treaty. We are sovereign peoples. The only thing that Canada can legislate is legislate themselves to provide those necessary benefits under treaty to us and give us the money to correct all the wrongs they did to our peoples. Those are the only two things they can do in general. So, the true spirit and the true intent of the treaties can be enforced. And then we're attacked all different levels. You look at the province of Alberta. Danielle Smith was the leader of the Wild Rose Party, and while her term she was trying to, while she was president or whatever she was, she wanted Alberta to separate. Well, Wild Rose Party was done away with, so she joined up with the Conservatives. Now she's the head of the Conservative Party, who's the government of Alberta. She still wants to separate. And you know what? Danielle Smith only thinks of herself. She doesn't think about the Albertans' future. She doesn't think or recognize or respect our treaties. She thinks that land belongs to her, all the natural resources belongs to her because we've allowed it. We've allowed that to happen. Enough is enough. And she's been conversing with Trump. God knows what kind of deals she was making there. Now she's going to do a referendum. October, 19th? She's going to ask Albertans, do you want to do a referendum so if you want Alberta to separate from Canada? Well, I'm so glad that some of our chiefs challenged her. And to us, that's treason to her constitution, the Constitution of Canada. That's not our constitution, that's Canada's constitution. So now she's being investigated, and I'm really glad that some of the chiefs that were part of that challenge are here. And I'm thankful for that. That's happening. So we're going to wait and see what's going to happen. And she says, I'm just being democratic. I'm going to let the Albertans decide if they want to separate or not. So I'll give them that question, and if they do, we'll pursue it the best way we can. But I'm voting against it. You know, she's full of shit. Excuse my French. You know, I get so frustrated. Anyway, so if she does that vote, and you know, let's just think back. When Quebec wanted to separate, I got false teeth, so I don't sing my words right. When Quebec wanted to separate, we forgot about the Meech Lake Accord. You know, many of our people run for those federal parties. Many a times when they're trying to push our issues ahead to get those parties to respect it, they're ostracized. But when Meech Lake Accord was here, Manitoba was lucky with that. One Indian, Elijah Harper. And in their constitution, it had to be 100% approval. And because we were excluded, and because he didn't think that the French should have more power than us as a distinct society, he raised his feather to say no. One Indian saved us. And that's Manitoba Indian, Elijah Harper. I wanted to say that because he was a great man and he knew who he was, what his history is, but he got into the legislation to help us, and he did. So I'm very grateful. And I hope all the other Manitobians are all the same. Got to learn from that man. Am I talking too long? And then, so, if you look at those legislations, and don't forget, everything is to do away with us. So Canada can legitimize their title to our territories. So the Land Management Act, they said you can have full control, you can lease your lands, you can sell your lands, you don't have to come to Canada to get approval because of all those sections in the Indian Act. You don't have to do that. You can do whatever you want with it. All knowing they're going to get rid of the Indian Act. Our lands are in the Indian Act. Our citizenship is in the Indian Act. Some of our benefits under treaty are in the Indian Act. So, once the Indian Act is gone, there's no legislation for Canada to respect our rights in any form, even though it's very limited. Then they set the tax commission, and they use their own people, you know. Well, Manny Jules is not our person, but he's from BC. They have a commission. They're delegated from Canada to sell to us this tax commission so we can tax. Well, you know what? Any government can tax. But in our treaty, the Crown brought the concept that because they're going to settle on our lands and they're going to pay us a fee for the use of our lands, which is tax, we would never pay tax because it's all prepaid, that they could settle on our lands, on our territories. So there's a tax commission. They did Child Welfare Act, C-92. Oh, we're going to give the Indians the right to control their child welfare. Delegating authority to us again. So what's wrong with us? We were taught to take care of our child, our children. We were taught to protect them. And if you look at our peoples today, there are many single families. And a lot of that, if not all, got to do with addictions. Children are in child welfare because of addictions, because our kids and our peoples are addicts, and they can't look after their children. That's our responsibility. And I'll tell you this thing, women, you know, and somebody talked about that earlier. The women have the power. The women give life. Oh, the man has something to do with it, but it's the women that brings births the children. We look at things in a broader sense as women. We're the power, we're the backbone of our communities. So you women get together and teach your men how to do things. No disrespect. We got a lot of, I admire a lot of men who are out there looking after our rights. That was just a joke. But anyway, us women need to do something. You know, we are the backbone, and I'll tell you a story. One time my dad was on, well, he was president of the Indian Association, and he was in council. And one time they were at this meeting, and they honored my dad for his work on treaty. So he got up and he spoke. Then he finished, and he turned around to my mother, and he said, "Do you have anything to say?" And she said, "No." And he said, "Well, you always have lots to say when we're alone, when we're home, telling me how to do my work." And that still happens. You know, no disrespect to the men, because we have some real warriors that will do everything and anything to defend us and to protect us. And I really appreciate that. And some of them are sitting in here. I just have a concern that there's not that many chiefs from Alberta here, but we have the ones that are really trying to do their best to help us. So I'm grateful. And they're sitting over there. Oh, I can't see that good, but someplace out there. But they're really good. And some of the chiefs that are here. This place should be full of chiefs listening to their people and strategizing on how to protect us. But we need to do it. So the women, you got a job here to do. You know, I got nothing to lose, so I say whatever I have to say.
She just wants your treaty statement.
Oh,
That one?
yeah. Okay, and one of the other things we did, what do I do with my glasses? Oh, I'm just trying to tell you some of the things that have happened. You know, one of the other things we did in Treaty 6, 7, and 8 at an AOTC meeting, our chiefs wrote a letter when we found out that they were trying, when Justin Trudeau was still in office, that they wanted to get rid of our treaties. They were moving fast. And by the way, Mark Carney, who is not a prime minister, was an advisor to Justin Trudeau. So he just continued it, and he's moving fast. They're of the same mind. So we got to be of the same mind to protect our treaty. Anyway, this letter was written to the Governor General. And by the way, and I'm glad the Governor General went to me, was in Saskatchewan, because from what I've never met her, but what I've heard is that she believes in justice as well as human rights. But you know, when there's a Governor General who reports to the King, and is carrying representative of the Crown, the government of Canada just uses that person to allow them to make those legislations to destroy us. She's got the right to give royal assent to those legislations. And how many of those governor generals know what our thoughts are, who we are, and what our treaty is all about? So hopefully, the governor general now will listen. And I hope when she met with the people from Treaty 6 that they told her straight and gave her what the responsibilities are. And that's who we have to push, even though Canada uses them to complete their legislations that are going to destroy us. But anyway, there was a letter written to the Governor General on October the 28th, 2024, and it says, Her Excellency, the Right Honorable Mary Simon, Dear Excellency, regarding a treaty statement from the sovereign nations of Treaties 6, 7, and 8. We, the undersigned chiefs of Treaties 6, 7, and 8, hereby serve notice to the State of Canada that we do not consent for the State of Canada to terminate our international peace and friendship treaties with the Imperial Crown of Great Britain. The State of Canada is not a party to our international treaties. In our peace treaties, we agreed to share our territories for settlement for the Queen's subjects in exchange for benefits for our peoples for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the waters flow. This was in accordance with the Royal Proclamation of 1763. Our peoples did not surrender our territories, our natural resources, nor our right of self-determination to the Imperial Crown. Canada has wrongly assumed title to our territories, our natural resources, and our right to self-determination without our consent. Now Canada continues to colonize our peoples through their legislations such as the Land Management Act, the Financial Management Act, Child Welfare, etc., and the specific claims policy to terminate our treaties and not provide the promises of treaty. We do not give our consent to Canada to use the national organizations, specifically Assembly of First Nations, to manipulate and manufacture our consent. The time has come for Canada to meet with the rights holders who are our treaties, our chiefs of our treaties, who are our chiefs, to establish a government-to-government relationship in good faith. We invite you in the spirit of true reconciliation. Sincerely, the sovereign chiefs of Treaty 6, 7, and 8. That was to serve notice. So we got to be careful. We can't say one thing and do something else. So if we're going to be sovereign, let's act sovereign. Let's protect what we've got. We can't right the fence anymore. We have one common enemy, and that's Canada. You know, our peoples were going to the UN complaining about how Canada's treating us, and I'll just give you an example. Well, first of all, the Assembly of the United Nations passed a Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which was worked on for many years. When it was tabled in the Assembly of the United Nations, Canada, United States, Australia, and New Zealand voted against it. But anyway, it passed there. And then, quietly, Prime Minister Harper accepted it quietly. Then Justin Trudeau took that right, that declaration, and he legislated it under their laws. So instead of Canada conforming to that declaration, they put us under so they can continue delegating authority to us and making us lower than them and submit to their authority. It was turned around, and that's what you call cantrip. And they're using that as a framework to get rid of us when they're negotiating all this. There's 170 tables, by the way, across Canada where our peoples are negotiating with Canada on different forms, on different things. Why can't we all get together and, like this notice said, serve Canada and say, we say no. Our peoples have the authority. You are nations. Canada is not a nation. You have the authority, so use it. Let's work together and use that authority, and Canada knows damn well that we have the authority and they don't. They do not possess historic continuity on our territories. They get delegated authority from Great Britain through constitutional instruments to enact their laws in Canada. If you look at all of that, we have the authority. My dad used to say, I only wish, I only hope, and I pray that if our people only knew the authority they have, and they can stand up and say no to Canada, that common enemy that we have. So let's do that. We need to strategize. We've talked for so long. It's time to act. Canada is going to be implemented, we'll all be terminated, and we'll still be talking. What good is that going to be? We've learned. We heard from our elders. We heard from our leaders of what they want to do to protect us and to protect our treaties. So let's quit falling into their traps. And you know, in 2012, Canada went to the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination at the UN, where our peoples were going because Canada was not treating us right. CERD, it's referred to as CERD. CERD asked them, how did you access title to the territories that the Crown entered into treaty with, those Indians that they entered? How did you access their title to their territories? Canada couldn't answer it. But you know what? Once they get their consent through all their legislations, they'll go back and say, see, the Indians agreed. They're not nations, and we're going to get rid of their treaties, international treaties. That's what they're going to say. So are we going to allow them to do it? Are we? Let's really think about that. We got to get our shit together. Oh. We got to get our plans, our actions together, and let's do it. I'm sorry you never know what's coming out of my mouth, but anyway.
Let it out.
So we got to do something. We're going to have discussions this afternoon. I want our leadership, I want our elders, I want everybody here, even the youth, to have a say. And let's plan something as treaty rights holders, as treaty holders, so we can make sure that our international treaties are not done away with by Canada and we do not give our consent. So we got to do that. But anyway, I'm talking too long. But I want to tell you, you have the authority as the rights holders. Our treaty rights, and talking about treaty rights, the cows and plows, everything they do is to get rid of our treaties or the agreements. Everybody's entitled to those cows and plows. That's a treaty right, that's a treaty benefit. Many of our people, and I can understand, why many of our people are accepting it. The problem is, it's a one-time settlement instead of a back pay for that treaty right that our people should be getting, and it continues. So Canada is doing this, and they won't be liable anymore once we sign that settlement agreement, because it's once and for all. What about our children? Are we going to get it again? What about our children yet unborn? Shouldn't they benefit under those benefits of treaty that are supposed to be here for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows? We got to find a way to turn that around, to reverse what they're doing. So never trust Canada. You look at what they're doing. Their goal is to get rid of our international treaties and make us into municipalities. And now what's going to happen to our peoples? How many of our peoples going to be able to pay taxes on the lands that we collectively own? How many of our people are going to survive? Are we going to all be street peoples? Where do we want to go? But anyway, I'm trying to give you a message. And I'm not afraid to tell the government anything. So you people, all of you, especially our leaders, and I know some do, if they don't want to listen to us, they have no authority, well, tell them no. We do not give our consent. And that is one of the things which was verified through the Royal Proclamation for our treaties, that they needed our consent. So let's quit being Europeans, and let's be ourselves, the lives that our Creator gave us. God bless you all.
Oh my God, you said blocks. Yeah, I saw people taking notes. Dang, that's all I'm going to say about that. Oh my goodness, she is a powerhouse. Let's give her another big round of applause. I can safely say this. If she was there during the signing of the treaties, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about, righting our wrongs. So I just want to thank her again. She's a grandmother, a mother, an auntie to so many people back home. Let's give her another big round of applause. She deserves it. Our next speaker, her name is Morningstar McCurdy. I'm going to ask her to get her presentation ready. But I have a fun game for us. We're going to play Treaty Bingo. What? Yeah? Okay. You guys ready? If someone can tell me the date that Treaty 3 was signed, you win a prize. Treaty 3, come up here. You want to grab a prize right there? No. The 10 prizes, 11 prizes. What's the date? What's the full date? Yes. Yeah, yay!
October 3rd, 1873.
Okay, one more. When was Treaty 9 signed? When was Treaty 9 signed? Anybody? Close. Oh, yeah. Nope, close. It's the date. I'm not gonna give prizes away for people who cheat. Just kidding. July 12th. Correct. Correct. come and, Karen, you want to get a prize ready? Yay, let's give her a big round of applause. So I'm going to invite my sister Morningstar to come and say some words and share her presentation. This amazing lady, we've known each other for many, many years, and she is also a filmmaker like me, so I want to give her a shout out and accolades for the work that she's been doing. And so here she is, Morningstar McCready. Oh.
Hi, sorry. I just wanted to introduce Morningstar Mercury. My name is Grant Trevor Mercury from Treaty 8 Sovereign Nations. Morningstar Mercury is a member of the Athabasca Chippewan First Nation up in northern Alberta, which is Treaty 8 territory. She's an author and released a book by the name of Sacred Bundles Unborn. It was released in September 2024. She also has been a strong advocate on Bill S-228, which was finally passed on June 15th of 2026, where it is now illegal to sterilize the woman after 60 years of this practice. So it's a very important development in protecting our people and changing the laws within Canada. So I want to thank you for your advocacy for all First Nations women impacted by these practices. So I'll introduce her as Morningstar Mercury. Thank you for taking the time to advocate for people.
Good afternoon. I won't take up too much of your time. I just want to, put on my second pair of eyes here. Before I get started, I want to acknowledge all of my relations here. I want to acknowledge Treaty 2 and your ancestors from my traditional territory of the Kaitel, Dene-Sulané, Athabasca Chippewan First Nation Treaty 8 territory. I would like to acknowledge the grandmothers, mothers, the matriarchs, the aunties, and of course all of the men and firekeepers throughout Turtle Island in all of our traditional treaty territories. When I make reference to our people, I need for you to understand that I come here from a place of prayer and ceremony and tobacco. And in that process, I call upon our ancestors in the star and celestial relations, those that have gone before us, those among us, and those yet unborn. For these are indeed the times that we must come together unified, collectively, to continue to make the change that we need to make for our children's children's children, 7 generations, as we all inherently understand. I'd also like to acknowledge my chief, Chief Adam, who is unable to be here today, to thank him for the opportunity to be here and to thank him for the support that he's given me throughout the years. When I initially went to Chief Adam, I was invited to the Treaty 6, 7, and 8 gathering in Calgary at that time. I had gone to Chief Adam and talked to him about the work that I was doing with forced coerced sterilizations, and at which point he gave me 5 minutes of his time to speak to the chiefs at Chief 6, 7, and 8. So the advocacy work that myself, survivors of sterilizations, and allies over the course of 10 years is the culmination of Bill S-228. And when I refer to forced coerced sterilizations, I'm not only referring to our women, I'm also referring to the men that have been sterilized. I'm a Mercury, so I could be a bit long-winded, so I'm going to stop right here. That was supposed to be funny. And I'm going to ask that I've got a segment of a video here called Birth, and it was produced by Dr. Ewan Affleck of the CMA, along with the production team in Winnipeg, an all-Indigenous production team that produced the film, The Unforgotten. The Unforgotten there's a birth segment. When we speak to and talk about the colonizers per se, I wish our chiefs were here to watch this. Where are they? When we speak to the birth, thank you, to the birth segment of The Unforgotten, what this segment is speaking to is the actual policies and policymakers and the attitudes. That's what this birth segment is making reference to, and that's what I'm narrating. I'm narrating the quotes of those that have gone before us in Canada, the policymakers. And with that, I'll get the segment of the birth. It's only a 5-minute video, and then we'll move on from there. This is a bit of background history that brings us to where we are now and how Bill S-228 came to be.
I wish to discuss with you the quality of the human stock from the point of view of one who feels that there is no more urgent task that lies down.
Forced sterilization of Indigenous women constitutes torture.
A class action lawsuit alleges it's happening right here in Canada.
Into getting sterilized.
This is absolutely unacceptable, and we will do all that we can to ensure that this no longer occurs.
Indigenous women in this country are still subjected to the harm of ongoing colonialism and systemic discrimination.
The great aim of our legislation has been to do away with the tribal system and assimilate the Indian people in all respects with other inhabitants of the Dominion as speedily as they are fit to change. If we leave the young Indian girl who's to mature into a squaw to have the uncivilized habits of the tribe, the Indian, when he marries such a squaw, will likely be pulled into Indian savagery by her. I have known how difficult it is to eradicate that hereditary taint. It has occurred to me during the year that it might be expedient to provide for compulsory sterilization. I am of the opinion that sterilization in this case would be justified and beneficial to the Eskimos generally. The patient is a mentally defective Indian girl who has always been incorrigible, wild, undisciplined, and promiscuous. Sterilization is, therefore, strongly recommended to prevent the patient from having illegitimate children.
A guy like me is very cut in a difficult situation. I like to be fair with everybody, and it's not an easy job.
There is no policy on behalf of the government to sterilize Indian women.
Released a report confirming what we've known all along. Indigenous women continue to be coerced into sterilization in Canada.
I'd like to they did a fantastic job. If you don't have the opportunity here today, as we will not, to watch the full film, The Unforgotten, you can look for it on YouTube, The Unforgotten by the CMA. I would like to draw your attention now to this graphic. Specific to statistics by Dr. Stout's research in her most current book, Genocide Continues, are as follows. Federal hospitals, 1971-1974, at least 580 sterilizations were documented across federally operated hospitals in the Prairie Provinces, Ontario, the Yukon, and the Northwest Territories, with Indigenous women accounting for 90% of those procedures. I would like to also say that's inclusive of Métis, Inuit, and men and women of color. Not that specific stat. Broader 10-year window, 1966, 1976, archival data and internal government reviews cited by Stout point to the upward of 12,000 sterilizations carried out across northern settlements and in Indian hospitals. Provincial eugenics impact, et cetera, again, roughly comprise 25% of those sterilized under Alberta Sexual Sterilization Board were Indigenous, Métis, or Inuit. I need to emphasize that there are other legal experts in the Canadian Senate findings, and that would be primarily Senator Yvonne Boyer. Everybody's throwing this number around of 12,000. I need to emphasize the reality that 12,000, I've got 17,000 here because the numbers are only based on the living data documentation. So therefore, the data that is comprised within the sanatoriums of residential schools and Indian hospitals to those that have been sterilized through force or coercion throughout Canada's provinces is undetermined and far exceeds what number we have here. On this graphic here, we have the numbers 17,000. If those 17,000 people, primarily women, gave birth to 5 children, you have that number. If those 5 children gave birth to 5 children, you have that number. If those 5 children gave birth to 3 children, we have 1,275,000 that are unborn. That is supposed to be somebody's satsune kokum, mother, auntie, sister, brother, daughter. 1,275,000 that are not here. And that number only comes from what we understand as documented data. It is not inclusive or a reflection of the reality of the real numbers. Speaking of reference to Indian hospitals, my late granny, Annie Laviolette, had 15 children. Of her 15 children, only 4 survived. Of the 4 that survived, only 2 could conceive children. That would be my late mom and my late auntie Celine, which left my uncle and my late auntie unable to conceive. We believe they were sterilized while they were in the Charles Camsell Indian Hospital. Let me make it perfectly clear. This is not past tense. This is not 100 years ago. It is not 50 years ago. We have been fighting for this to be criminalized long before me. I believe my Granny Annie spent the majority of her life away from her community and my grandpa's trapline and her livelihood and lifestyle to be with her children in the Charles Camsell Indian Hospital, because she would have had to advocate for her human right to live, not be experimented on. The most recent documented sterilization occurred last year. That does not refer to the sterilizations that are occurring that are undocumented. Marty Logan, a journalist, recently published an article, and the premise of his article had to do with Bill S-228. Again, back to numbers. I need to acknowledge the numbers they have in the U.S. for the American Indians. They estimate, again, based on accumulated data. It is not a reflection of the reality of the true numbers. They estimate 70,000 Native American women were sterilized. Where we in Canada set a precedent on June 15th, 2026, to have it criminalized. What that means is, if your daughter, someone you know, if you're of childbearing years, if yourself are at risk of coercion or forcible sterilization, you now have Bill S-228 that presumably will give you the legal right to charge this doctor. And should that process be completed, once implemented, he or she will face up to 14 years incarceration. If you think about the number here again, 1,275,000, think about the citizenships. It is common knowledge that in most countries, including Peru, where they recognize that over 200,000 women were sterilized down there. In Amazon, the numbers are greater, and yes, of course, they were all the First Peoples. The Amazon, the numbers are up into the 300,000. In Greenland, the First Peoples there were also in the thousands. All in an effort to diminish our populace to have further access to the resources, the very resources that often are spoken about when we gather. I forgot to mention and acknowledge the sacred spirit of water, sacred fire keepers, sun spirit, grandfather sky, Mother Earth, always star and celestial relations, and all of our relations. So, can you put the picture up now of Senator Boyer, please? This amazing woman, Senator Boyer, came to the survivors of sterilization, such as myself. And for the last 10 years, myself and other survivors and allies have been advocating for the criminalization of forced coerced sterilization of our people. I can tell you that when we were at the Senate, it's really funny because you have that birth segment that you watch there of the policymakers that, basically began this process, this covert, insidious form of genocide, because it doesn't just affect the person, the one woman or man that's being sterilized. If you have children, think about them. Think about your grandchildren or your great-grandchildren. The privilege and the honor it is to be a mother or an auntie or a grandmother. To a woman who is sterilized, that human right is taken from her. There is no way to comprehend, unless you've lived it, what that pain feels like, to not be able to give birth. There was an elders gathering many, many years ago. One of the elders that was there reminded everyone, he said, when we talk about treaty, and we say as long as the sun shines, grass grows, and the water flows, he said, Monias, and Canada, if you will, lost the translation of water flows. What it means is not a river. Kayas, water flows, water flows. When women give birth, when her water flows, is what that meant. So we're now at this place where we're at the Senate, and it was really funny because we're told, those of us survivors that were there, and of course Senator Bauer was amongst the senators, we were told as a part of their ceremony, they were going to stand up and applaud all of us senators because it is unprecedented that a bill is passed unanimously. There was no vote. They unanimously passed Bill S-228. When that happened, we survivors that were there, all of the senators stood up and applauded us. It was kind of funny because we were told how to conduct ourselves and how to behave while we're standing up there. They said, keep your hands on this bar and just stand and just allow them to applaud. So and then they referred to and recognized Senator Boyer. And of course, I couldn't just stand there and I had to give a good war cry. So I kind of counted coup. Nobody else did. Well, that's not true, but of course I was out of line. So what I come here today to ask everyone, June 15, 2026, we changed Canadian history. 10 years ago, I began this, walking this path because I have a little granddaughter. And I decided if they can do what they did to me when I was 14 years old, what's going to stop them from doing this to my nieces or my granddaughter? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Thus began my journey and the journey of many others, survivors and allies, to have this criminalized, which we did. We are now at I have often said, now that the bill has been passed and this law is in place, and it is against the law to forcefully or coercively sterilize our people, the work begins. And when I say the work, I'm talking about us. If I would have waited for someone to give me permission to write 2 books, or gave me permission to be an activist and speak out, I wouldn't be standing here today. I did this as an act of sovereignty. I did not wait to be given permission. I took a stand and I spoke up. Often, makitun. But this is the culmination of that. Stand up, speak out. So the implementation part, as I said, is where the work begins, because it starts on Canada's side, the judicial system, police commission, RCMP, and the CMA. They have their policies, their procedures, and whatever they deem necessary to implement this, and quite frankly, they don't know what that is yet. So it is on us to tell them what that means, to educate them, to insist that this is implemented. How? We need to determine that. For myself, I'm going back to my community with another survivor, Nicole Rabbit, and we're going to give a workshop on Bill S-228 and implementation. So many of our people are even unaware that sterilizations are continuing. It isn't past tense. Will Bill S-228 stop sterilizations of our people? Not likely. But that first doctor that ends up incarcerated because Bill S-228 was implemented will be a profound statement for anybody else that thinks that they have the right to take our human right from us to conceive. It's been a long journey and an honor. At this point, I'm going to wrap it up by acknowledging Elisa Lombard. I would not be here if it were not for Elisa Lombard, attorney Elisa Lombard. Remember that, Elisa Lombard. The work this woman has done on Turtle Island and internationally to advocate for our human and legal rights. There are no amount of accolades, there's no amount of, the list would be very long of the work she's done, as well as Senator Boyer. There is a Survivor Circle for Reproductive Justice that was founded and created by Elisa Lombard and Senator Bauer. And why this is so important is that this organization comprises of survivors of sterilization. All of the data that they compile remains there, unlike the residential school documentation that they want to get rid of right now. That data cannot be taken from the Survivor Circle for Reproductive Justice. It cannot be destroyed. It's its own entity and body comprised of a board and advisors and the survivors. We determine how this organization, how we continue to move forward for the highest good of all and in a good way. Every single time that a presentation is made on forced coerced sterilizations, and from here on Bill S-228, there is always someone that will say, hey, me too, or my auntie, or my kokum, or my mom was sterilized, or a brother or an uncle. So I just wanted to inform and present the work that we've done collectively with the understanding that it only begins. The implementation of Bill S-228 now lays in our hands. We determine how it's implemented. Whether the CMA, the Police Commission, or the RCMP know what to do or not, they will come and ask. If they come and ask in a good way, then we need to respond. If they come and dictate how it will be implemented, then we need to say, no, actually, you need to talk to us about how we decide that will happen. So there's a lot of work that has to occur, a lot of work that has to begin, and a lot of work that has gotten to this point. I know there's probably some other points that I've forgotten, but it's such a heavy topic because we're talking about our children. Don't forget that number because it doesn't actually determine the actual number, 1,270,000 that are not among us right now. And that isn't the accurate number. Think about it. Must see.
It's a difficult presentation to digest when your fellow sisters are attacked this way, because this was an attack. She never gave permission. Never. And I feel for her. Now we'd like to invite up Mr. Morris Shanakapo. This guy doesn't need an introduction. Everybody knows who he is, especially in this territory. He's also known as sometimes a powwow announcer. So he does a lot of ceremonies, a ceremony man, a ceremony elder. And so I'm really proud of him. He's had some difficulty with his health challenges. Oh yeah, right, Eric, yeah. And he does the best Elvis Presley impersonator. He is the best. It doesn't get any better than this guy here. If we're lucky, hey, will you do some Elvis for us later?
Yeah, I can.
At the end?
What's that?
At the end?
What's
After.
that? Oh, gee, I don't even do them.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's put our hands together for Morris Shanakapo.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Morris James Swan Shanakapo, but my real name is Mainewe Ash, and that's my Anishinaabe name. I'm from Rolling River First Nation, and I was chief there for 10 years at first, and then I got put into Southern Chiefs Organization for 5 years, and then an elder gave tobacco to my wife and told my wife, we need your husband to come back home. And that was it. That tobacco brought me home. And I want to say that first. To your life, I want to give it honor, as I am one of you and you are one of me. And what my good friend was saying here, I sure enjoyed that. And in my past, I did a lot of things. I was a musician. I was also an Elvis impersonator, dressing up, doing the whole thing. And man, it was a part of my life that I really enjoyed. But the best part of my life that I really enjoyed was fighting for our people. And I was born in 1961. I'm 67 now. I'm 65 now. Still waiting for my pension check. I haven't got one yet. My pension is supposed to come. My birthday was February 6th, so I'm waiting. But I'm not going to the post office every day jumping up and down. I wait at home because I lived without money. Since I became a chief and since I lost my chieftainship, I lived without money. And I'll tell you why. I was at a meeting one time and all our chiefs were sitting there, and one of the chiefs from my tribal council started pounding the desk and pointing at the Indian Affairs official, saying, if I ever lose my effing election, I'm not going to speak French like my lady Regina spoke, even though I like speaking French too. But anyways, he was pounding on a table, banging on it so hard, and telling these people from Indian Affairs, do you know if I lose my election, I gotta go on welfare? I started slipping slowly in my chair. Slowly. I felt so embarrassed that a chief would say that. I said right there and then, if I ever lose my election, there is no effing way I'm going to go on welfare. And you know what? I didn't go on welfare. And maybe my wife was mad, but I only have one boy in my family too, and we're all too old to collect for him anyway. But anyways, I never went on welfare. And maybe my wife got angry, but I wouldn't go on welfare because of that, because I went to school, to university for 3 years, and I said, surely I can get something. And what I got was diabetes. So it kept me at home. I had to stay home. I lost half my foot, but I stayed with this table, the Treaties 1 to 11 table, and I'm glad I stayed with it. And I stayed with it right till its inception. And I'm hearing a lot of people saying, I wish our chief was here. I wish the chiefs were here. I do too. But you know what? My chief is here. I came with my chief in his truck. So I want to thank my chief for bringing me here to this meeting to come and talk to his brothers that are here, to come and talk to other chiefs that he was at the table with. And it was one difficult thing to leave that table of chiefs. But what my grandfather had said when he came to see me in a vision, he came to see me and he told me, Miminik, and Miminik in my language means, that's enough. He told me, stay off that table now. You won't sit there anymore. And I was so hurt, so heartbroken, because this was my life. Sitting at this table, talking for our people, using my loud voice and speaking angrily when I had to. But of course, not here. I'm not angry here. I am very happy to see our people from all across our country to come here. But I used to wish too, if I was at a table like this, I'm glad I'm here and I'll never leave this table, because the truth is at this table. And I always ask my chiefs to come to this table, and we had a difficult time getting them. But my chief, I'm so glad that he came with me today, because we hear a lot of things here. We do a lot of things here. I'm a Sundance chief, and I've been doing Sundance for the past 6 years. And I honor it. And what they tell me there, I believe it, because it's our way. And what they told me there too is, you'll still sit there, but you won't sit as a person that talks, a person that votes. You'll be a person that will be able to bring this insight into them, and they can make their own decisions. And boy, I thought a lot about that. And I said, yeah, that sounds okay. I can do that. So I still stay with my phone, and you know what? I forgot my phone at home today. And I was watching my chief doing a little bit of texting on his phone. I got jealous. I wanted to text somebody right away. But anyways, why I'm here today and why I wanted to come here today is because of the Sundance that we have. We're getting more people that are coming, and barely anybody from my reserve. But we got people coming right from across Canada. Cold Lake, I got people from Cold Lake coming to dance and saying, I wish we had a Sundance in Cold Lake. And I wish you did too. I wish every reserve had a Sundance to be able to participate in, to be able to come to be able to talk the way that we do at those events. We were all born Anishinaabe, Indian, Soto, well, not Soto, that's not even one of them. Cree, Kinigego, we were given that. We should follow those things. Those are ours that were given to us by our loving Creator. When I kept with this government, I kept in with the government. And when I went on my first fast when I was 30 years old, 30, and I decided to go in the bush on a fast because I read a lot about it, about our people, and I heard and I read that that was the best thing to do. So I wanted to go and I challenged it. 30 years old, I went into the bush. 30 years old, I grabbed an elder from Wayway, Sikapo to come and sit with me, to come and talk to me about the fast. And then he asked me, how old are you? And I said, I'm 30. And he laughed. He kind of had a small chuckle. It wasn't a ha ha ha. It was, and he said, do you know when I went in the bush, I was 6 years old. I said, wow. 6 years old and your parents took you in the bush. And he said, it wasn't my grandparents. It wasn't my parents. It was my grandparents that took me in the bush. He said, 6 years old to go and learn. And I thought, wow. And he said, I thought my grandparents hated me because they took me in the bush for that 4 days. I thought they hated me. I didn't know how much they had to love me for putting me out there that long. And man, I thought about it and said, you are so right. I wouldn't be able to take my 4-year-old son and put him out in the bush. I wouldn't be able to do that because I love him so much. And he's 42 now. And never, well, he's fasted, and I'm glad he did. But I said I wouldn't have been able to do that. I talked to another man in Ontario, and he said, he said, I was 6 years old when my grandmother and my grandfather put me in the bush. It was across the river. I walked across that river. My grandfather took a little gray stone out of the river. He said, that means you'll put this and hold it in your mouth for the time that you're going to be in the bush. He was there 6 days. 6 days. Can you imagine leaving your child out in the bush for 6 days? We just had a presentation here about our children. And we think of them, and we think of us today. But can you do that? Can you go and put your child in a bush for 6 days? No. But you know what? We should be doing that. We should be following what our parents did, what our grandparents did. Because at 6 years old, that's when you spoke with the Creator. That's when you got to sleep on mother and talk with the Creator. That's when these things came. I was 30 when these things came. And I didn't know what was going to happen. I thought maybe I wouldn't get a visitation, but I did. And the first night, the very first night, what I was told was, "Akinagego abinunjiak, akinagego abinunjiak, akinagego abinunjiak, akinagego abinunjiak." 4 times, that's how it came. It came 4 times, and I listened. I said, wow, everything is about the children. That's what that saying is. Everything is about the children. And then I'd rest. And then it came again. Everything is about the children. And I started getting worried because I was there by myself. And then finally I went to bed, and then a visitor came. And I spoke with the visitor. And the visitor didn't show himself. But he told me, you have to be alone when you're here. Because what my elder said when he dropped me off, my elder said, I will come and see you every day. And I said, okay. But what the Spirit said was, you gotta be alone, alone. So when the elder came in the morning, I told him, I gotta be alone here. I can't have anybody. I gotta be alone. So he said, okay. 30 years old. I went to bed that night. A lot happened. I started getting visitations. I started getting visitors. And then a man walked into my area, and he had a headdress on. And I felt so good inside that I knew this man, but I didn't know him to see him the way he was. I didn't know him. And that was my grandfather, Shana Kapo. But in our language, Shenegabo. Shenegabo. So he told me, Nin Shenegabo. No, this, I am Shana Kapo, or I am Shenegabo, my grandson. He said, you are carrying a lot, he said. And I want to tell you about it. The whole time we talked, our mouths didn't even move. And we knew who wanted to talk. We just looked at each other, and that was the next one that talked. And there was 3 of us in that conversation. There was my grandfather, Shenegabo. And what my grandfather started talking about was the Sundance Lodge. He said, I'm going to give this to you. I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give this to you. I'm going to give this to you. 4 times. Everything he told me 4 times. And I asked why. And he said, that's the way we do things. That's what we do. 4 things, 4 times to the 4 directions, so that they'll pump that in your ears so you'll never forget. So you always hear this, but 4 times we talk about our things. So I just said, oh. And then he started talking to me about this helper that we had. And then he said he helped our people a lot. He helped our people a lot, and he's still helping our people. He'll be around, and I'm going to bring him here. He said, I'm going to bring him here to meet you. I said, okay. And then we were talking there for a while, and all of a sudden, it looked like the bush moved. And the bush did move. And this guy came out a little bit, just a bit taller than me. And then he said, my name is Yeshua Makadeas. He was a black man. And he said, Jesus Christ, that man that they bought here, they called him Jesus Christ and told you people, the Savior, he's a Savior. Kind of Asian, nobody is named that. Nobody has that name at all. Yeshua Nizhnikas. I am Yeshua. I was supposed to be that man. And it was the visitors that came. We started believing everything that they told us. And they told us about a man named Jesus, that he was a Savior. They put us into their schools, and that's the biggest lie that our people told you. That's what they said. In your church, that was the biggest lie that the white man told to your people, was about Jesus Christ. He was not a white man. He was a black man. And he said, we were all black over there. What's wrong with your eyes? And of course, all I could see was the Bible, which I had to read, and I didn't read it, but I read a lot of it, a lot of parts of it. And I know a lot of verses, so don't even test me there, because I'll go there. But anyways, I even went to Catholic church. Why? Because our mother was a heavy, heavy Catholic. And I wanted to know that. I wanted to know that. So I got to learn all those too. And I was a young man, a young boy, wanting to do this for my family, because that's where I belong. What happened to me, the morning we were supposed to take our first communion, and to talk about this Lord that we knew from the biblical world of the Catholic people, that I was learning their way, and then I got sick. I got sick Friday night, and Saturday we were supposed to take the Creator into our hearts and pray this way, the way that the Catholics do. All my sisters went. I didn't get to go because I got sick, and I didn't think anything of it. I just got sick. And then I went to Presbyterian church camp, and I really loved it. I loved the girls, because I was a young boy. And you know, I was only 10, 11 years old. So I really liked the girls, and that's why I was there. And of course, I didn't know growing up you'll love them even more. But I liked them as an 11, 12-year-old. And I played with them, got to know them, and got to know the Bible, learned the Bible more. And again, learning when I came out to be an Indian. And I don't even like that term Indian. I just use it because of the term treaty. That's why I use it. But I'm Anishinaabe. So I started going against that. And the day we were supposed to go into the church on a Friday to accept the Lord in our hearts, I got sick Thursday night. I ended up in the hospital. You know what? Both times that I went in the hospital, they got me with yellow jaundice. And I was quarantined for a whole week. And that didn't mean nothing to me until today. Why did that happen? Because because it wasn't supposed to be the way I was supposed to walk. They didn't want me to walk in that sense where I followed the Bible. And they told me 546 books were put together to make that one Bible. 546 books, and they're telling me in the bush, and I'm accepting all this and learning it. 546 books to put that Holy Bible together, and I believe it. I mean, you read the Bible, right in there it tells you that you should be good to your slave owner. Holy Christ, I can say that. I can say that. We can all say that. We can all say that, and it's not it's not a swear word. And the only holy one in that whole regime, that whole delegation, was that Yeshua, a black man. But I believed he was white. And I believed he died on a cross. And when I started arguing with him, because I was angry, because I didn't believe he was a black man, he was a white man. And I told him, what about the cross? You know what he said? I wasn't hung on a cross. I was hung on a tree. They hung me like this, he said. One nail for my feet and one nail for my hands. And it was on a live tree. And there was no two others that were hung up there with me, these guys called disciples. They weren't there. It was all BS that this good book had to tell you. So we would believe, oh my gosh. I like the way the preachers say that when they say it. Well, I want to say it too. This is where you gotta believe. This is our life. This is what the Creator gave to us. And I often wonder, why did the treaties start right after the treaties died in the United States? Why didn't ours start right after that? Why weren't they done together? Things like this I ask myself and think about and debate them. Oh, maybe that's why this happened. But I grew up, I wanted to help my people. I became a development officer. This young man here, I met him in Saskatchewan before I was chief. And I told him all that. And I said, now they're going to ask me to be their chief, and I don't want to be. I want to do what I'm doing. And I told him all that, and he said, I wish you could come. And I wanted to go. I wanted to go and work for them, work for any Indian people. But I ended up staying home. I ended up working for a development corporation and then working for our people. And it was there that I was told all of this. So it doesn't matter how old you are. If you want to practice your culture, go in the bush. Go and sit there 4 days by yourself. By yourself, nobody else. Just by yourself. Maybe you won't get what everybody else got because we're all different people. But today in a Sundance that I do, I welcome the people and I ask them, I even take them out on fasts to be able to take them out in Clear Lake where our homelands are, our traditional homelands. And I'll go and take that over for 4 days and take 6 guys. The most I took out was 7. But it's all free, it doesn't cost anything. But to go be able to maybe talk with the Creator, maybe talk with our ancestors, maybe to be given that insight on what we're doing, then we can help our people. I see a lot of young people here, and I'm glad that you are here. I am really glad that you are here to learn about your treaties because this is very important. I'm 65 and none of the treaty stuff hit me till I was about in my 30s. And I should have been learning these when I was a kid because my father was a chief. And when I look back then and I look at my brother was a chief also for a long time, and I wish my brother would be chief forever. But we move on. We move on. And I moved on. and not to accept a job like that again, but to do this. Keep this in my hand and keep talking like this. Keep talking to our people, talking to our young people. So that's what I want to do. I want to talk to our young people. I want to use what I learned in university to be able to help my chief, to be able to help his council, to be able to help my people develop things that I saw being developed in my world, in my eyes, in my dreams that work for us. Working on bison to bring them home to help what? Feed our people. We need to do gardens. Why? To feed our people. To feed every single one of our people. Everyone that's living on our reservation will no longer have to go into the store to buy fruits and vegetables. We'll get them right from our own place where we grow them, in our greenhouses. How we looked after ourselves, how we were very independent at one time until a visitor came and gave us dependency. What is that dependency? Welfare. That's why I said I wouldn't take it, and I didn't. I made it okay. And we were getting money from a church from Saskatoon because we weren't taking money, so they would send $300, and once a month we would get $400, and that went right to my wife. I never got any money at all. I learned to live without it. And the money that I got is money when I was going to meetings, and they would give me that, and I would bank that and hang on to it carefully and soulfully because I smoked cigarettes and I had to buy my own smokes. So I'd done that. And we lived comfortably. We lived okay. 5 years, I lost a lot of weight, but which was good. Made me find out how I'm supposed to live. But that 5 years of doing nothing gave me a lot of time to sit there and just go on my phone, go into textbooks. And then I had to leave the textbooks alone because of my eye. I got sick on my eye. But the more we look at ourselves, the more things we are doing like that dreaded white man. The more things. And it turns my stomach. Things that we are doing ourselves. Child and Family Services, our own people go in there, but they have to follow that book that's written by Munyawak, white people, not them. They didn't sit around there and say, this is how this should be. That's how it should go. How come our people can't sit in a room and say, this is how we're going to do it and this is how we're going to handle it? We don't need anybody else coming in from a foreign nationality telling us, no, look at this. We've done all that training. We've done all that living. And we see it work in a bad way. Children, one just died up west of here, east of here. We all feel the pain. Why? Because of Child and Family Services. Maybe if things were taught better to our child givers, child carers, maybe that wouldn't happen. Things like that, but our own people, destroying our own people from what we learned. Maybe we got to say, we're not going to learn any more of that and throw that out and just go back to our way, but we can't. And we can't do that because we're losing our language. We got to get that language back to give to these children so that they can understand that. In my family, what my parents used to say was, speak in a language or these old kids will understand. We all understood. We all spoke the language. We always sat two in a different room and spoke our language because we were proud just to fluke that learning. But that fluke learning gave us that language and gave us the culture that we followed right till now. And now we got to pass that on to these loving little ones. So that those little children will be so happy to come home to this poor little reserve. But that's what I'm talking about, that poor little reserve. We all have the smarts to plant a garden. We all have the smarts to be able to read the magazines and to be able to read what we can in there about energy. Did you know one of the biggest things in this way is how you influence energy? Make it. Make it yourselves on your reserves. Wind energy, solar energy. Make this on your reserve. It's all a natural thing to do. You know, I heard this morning from my chief that they're opening up this thing down south. Why? Because of the Métis. And you know what? We shouldn't be angry with the Métis. We should be working with them. But it was politics that really pulled us apart. But that's what I get told too from up there. You're supposed to be doing really well with those half-breeds, is how you'd pronounce it. You're supposed to be doing good to them. You're supposed to be working together. But it's your own governments that tore you apart. And I believe that. And I see it. And right now, that's what's happening. The Métis, they want to open more land for them. I almost swore. But it was all our land. All our, every bit of it was ours. And they came and took it. Stole it. And you know, it was in one of these rooms where I was standing up calling down those white people, telling them how bad they were, how bad the churches were. And it was 200 of them walked in and cried. You know what happened to me? You know what I did? You know what I did? I cried with them. I was so hurt that I would say that about 200 people that I never knew and just talked about because they were white skin color. And that's all that I cared about. That's all that came in the motion. And that's all I played on. But when they showed up in front of me, man, did I ever cry. I felt sorry for them. Yet I was crying for them. And you know what? I was glad that you seen that I cried. And they asked me, why did you cry? And I felt sorry for your people. And I felt sorry for my kids, my people. We're supposed to get along together, and you guys came from the church, representing the church, asking and begging and crying for that forgiveness. And you know what? I forgive you. I forgive you. I don't even know you, and I said that. I forgive you. And these are now the people that are paying for me to be alive, to eat, to stay home. These church people, and I thank them, and I give them great thanks. And I don't know if there's anybody here from that group. I got a cataract, I can't see. But I do want to get back to work. I want to get back to work in development. And I want to work with my community, my chief, my people, to be able to develop these beautiful things that we saw. And that's how we do. We got to look at what can we do, what can you do? What can you do to come and help that poor community regain its things that we had over there in the back, a good life, a good way to live. And that's what I want for my children. I want them to be able to speak the language, to be able to laugh and tease each other with the language. That's what I want to hear. I don't want to hear this English language. It's such a dirty language. It's a backwards language. Sometimes you write something on your text, you say, oh, I can't write that. That's a bad word in English. That's how bad English is. But in our language, everything comes out pure. No wonder why they try to keep that language away from us. And still, I'm up here. I had so many white friends in school, so many. I think if some of them seen me today, they'd wonder, geez, what happened to him? You know what happened to me? I went home. I went home. You allowed me to go home. You never kept me in your schools. You almost did, but you couldn't keep my heart in a program that wasn't mine. You couldn't keep my heart in a program that talked highly of it and talked about how low we were. Bullshit. Oh, I'm getting mad now. That's what my chief always says. He said, you'll go and get yourself mad over there. But that's how it happens. That's how it goes. Negats, that's the word. Negats. But I wanted to come here and tell our people, we got to do this ourselves. The treaty stuff, we got to keep on the table and fight it from here. But I heard so much good stuff from Regina this morning or this afternoon. But I want to be able to balance my whole life on that, but I can't. And what I learned, what I talk about, is what's coming tomorrow. Did you know in all our lands, our lights are going to be shut out for about 4 days? How many know that? How many know that? Put your hands up.
How many what?
How many know that in our homelands, in our homes, our lights are going to be shut off for 4 days? How many know that? Was I the only one told? See, I was told that. So I'm trying to do everything in my power to bring hydro into my community, because that's one of the main things, is to be able to change energy. And what I see is changing energy. We don't need to be paying hydro bills. We should make our own windmills, our own solar energy plants, so we don't have to pay for that. That's what we should be doing. But they put their centers where you can hook up far enough away from the reservations that the Métis would be able to buy land there, get land there, and hook up. That's what I don't like them doing, but they're going to do it. So they're going to create a fight for us, and we shouldn't be fighting against them. We should be working with them. And that's a big dream of mine. And I can only talk about it. I can only say what I have to say about it. I can't push it. I can't push anybody, but I can talk about it. But that's what I'm telling our people. For 4 days, I'm told our hydro is going to go out. For 4 days, I am told we have to lock ourselves in our own house and not open the doors for anybody or anything. 4 days. That's why I'm trying to work on this stuff for my community, because I don't want that darkness in my place. Yet we all know darkness moves everywhere. At least we know as people that pray that it's darkness that moves. I wanted to share all that with you, and I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to let me come up here to be able to share with you. And I'm a Sundance person back home, and I take it very seriously, very, very seriously. Last year, our tree that we had up, our Shenegabo, that's what that tree is called, Shenegabo, it fell down 4 days prior to our next Sundance. We did our Sundance this year. We put the tree up. It fell down 4 days after our Sundance. We can talk about that too. And I want to tell you these things because these are prophecies that come from our own way. Prophecies. So know that this man called Jesus Christ, he wasn't around, he was never there. They gave him that name. It's Yeshua was his real name. Call him that if you're going to pray that way. Call him that. So I thank you very much. Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Chimiwach, Morris Shanakapo, was very inspiring message to bring to us. And our next speaker is Ted Quizas from Treaty 4. Let's give Ted a warm welcome. going to be making some comments about the presentation from this morning on the proclamation. Yeah. You want to sit or stand? I'll sit. Okay.
Take over. Oh, yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to say good afternoon to all the chiefs that are here, leadership, elders, the youth, and most important of all is all the women. You know, earlier today we were talking about the women, and I share with you, women are one of the most important bodies that are in our ceremonies within our communities. They own 50% of all our ceremonies. That's the power of women within in our traditional ways back home. But I'm here, my name is Ted Cusance. I'm from the Keys Coast First Nation, and I come here as a treaty rights holder, and I've been following the Treaty 1 to 11 process, not as close as I should have, but today I was really, really impressed of all the work that has been done. And you know, over the years in my life, I was a survivor in foster homes, and I went home. And I was raised by a very traditional family. And I share with you, there's a First Minister's Conference coming up. I was there when I was 29 years old at that First Minister's Conference. And I chatted with Gina about it yesterday and today, and we made some mistakes at that last conference. And some of the mistakes we made was we didn't have a spokesperson because everybody wanted to speak. And we got 30 days coming before the First Minister's Conference. And the Prime Minister, he hasn't got an agenda. The premiers haven't got one. Our national chief hasn't got an agenda. And you really ask yourselves, we had one major First Minister's Conference with leadership across the country. And we've had 4 or 5 First Ministers meetings in Canada, which a lot of our leaders did not attend. And you really ask yourself, what have we gained out of these First Ministers meetings? And it's something that I really think about, because I always ask the question, why are we sitting with the First Ministers? Because every time we deal with the province, they tell us you're a federal responsibility, and vice versa. And I share with you, we talk about our inherent rights. There's a misunderstanding sometimes about inherent rights. There's two inherent rights. There's the federal inherent rights process. That's all about policy. direction telling us how to do your inherent rights. But as First Nations people, as Indian people, as traditional people, our inherent right is a spiritual process. It was brought down from the Creator to us as Indian people. Miwega mi nguzimin. Nisnape toyan. Miwe paginanik. Onakanige win. Zugumina gigikwe win. Zuge zitchke wadinan. Apsini po zitchke wadinan. Nisnape toyan gami nguzimin. Zuge gemina gigikwe win. I share that with everybody. And for the ones who don't understand it, we were given through the spiritual process given to us. It wasn't written down. And today, that's one of the most powerfulest tools as Indian people that we have. We hear a lot of people talking about our culture and traditions. But our culture and traditions, our ceremonies in communities right across the country is slowly slipping away. And for that reason is because a lot of our elders, all our old people that left the teachings, a lot of our young people haven't got the language to understand the protocols, the ceremonies. And it's something that we got to use within our systems of what was presented by the Kihiwin group this morning, a proclamation. And I make a recommendation to the people that are here today on that presentation that was made. There's a lot of chiefs across Canada that probably have never seen that proclamation. And we got about 30 days before the First Ministers' Conference. I'd like to make a really strong recommendation that we send copies of this proclamation and that video that is shown to us today to be shared with every First Nation across this country. Maybe that might be our agenda for the First Ministers. Like Regina spoke about the Indian Act. You know, there's some chiefs that want to keep the Indian Act, and there's some chiefs that don't want it. And Regina explained her issues on it. So, in regards to the unity, we ask yourselves, are we unified enough to move forward in regards to what we want as First Nations people in regards to our inherent rights? We cannot doubt the Creator. That spiritual process was brought down and given to us through ceremony. And the proclamation that was done, that has been done, it was also done through ceremony. And it's something to really, really think about. You never doubt the Creator. He guides us. I make a recommendation for the next 30 days, we get that information out to leadership across the country and ordinary treaty right holders. Because we got such a colonial system, everybody is colonized. We're colonizers now. We colonize each other. And it's very dangerous. And that's a divide and conquer that's going on with the bureaucrats in Ottawa, anywhere you go. And our chiefs were fighters. A lot of chiefs are fighters. And like Regina has stated, we gotta fight. And the women, you gotta fight for what we want. My mom was a fighter. She was a survivor. There was 15 of us in our family. And we all attended residential schools. And we paid the price. I got 5 daughters. 5 beautiful daughters with children. Grandchildren. I got grandchildren, great-grandchildren. That's why I reach out to the women here. Women are powerful. You are needed within our communities, within our ceremonies. Let's not just talk about our ceremonies. Let's walk the talk and practice what was given to us. We were given that from a spiritual process to use. And I truly believe that's the only way to go. Because the colonial system is not working. It doesn't help us any. All it does is divide and conquer our communities, our families, and the work that we're doing. We talk about Section 35 of the Constitution. Some people, maybe that's the way to go. We're divided on that. Some say that's not the way to go. We talk about the 1930 Transfer Act on all our resources. That's an outstanding issue. The health system that we have across Canada today. Are we getting our fair share of the healthcare system? Our 3 communities back home we just finished building a hospital, a 23-bed facility. And we're waiting for the province and the feds to throw in their share of funding to operate it. And I'm telling the federal government, why are you building a $51 million facility and you can't fund the operational plan? But we got a commitment only when we signed the contract before construction. If the province don't cooperate with you, we'll fund you directly. That would be perfect. It would be a good precedent for other communities across this country to get a facility and get funded directly through the healthcare system, instead of the feds offloading directly to the province. Because where you're located in the healthcare system, you're not getting your fair amount of money. And it's one of the most important things in our communities is our healthcare system. And it's failing us. Hunting and fishing and trapping is another outstanding issue. Probably many of you, there's not very many trappers that we have left. Hunters. But think about it. Think about the ceremonies that we have in our communities. Our biggest downfall back home is our language. To hold your ceremonies, you got to have the language. And we have 3 Sundance lodges in our communities back home. We used to have 8. And a lot of our elders are leaving. But I want to give Regina credit for what she has said to each and every one of us today. She's very outspoken. And you know what it is? It's all about truth-telling. Truth really hurts government. And that's my philosophy in life, is truth-telling. You tell the truth, you never get in trouble. So I just thank Madam Chair, Co-Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak here. But I reach out to the women. You have power within your family. You have power in your community. And you have rights. Wasn't for women, I wouldn't be sitting here. And that's creation. And always think about the creation story, which we were given through ceremony. With that, I thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
Take care.
Yeah, my friend.
Okay, there's been a request, a very important request that was passed with tobacco. Just kidding, just kidding. We're going to take a bit of a break, 5-10 minute break, and then we'll wrap up for the day. So go out there, have a smoke, have your discussions, and we'll be back here in 5-10 minutes.
bed and I stumble to the kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition and yawn and stretch and try to come to life. Jump in the shower and the blood starts pumping. Out on the streets the traffic starts jumping with folks like me on the job from 9 to 5. Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living. Barely getting by, it's all taking and no giving. They just use your mind and they never give you credit. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5, for service and devotion. You would think that I would deserve a better promotion. Want to move ahead, but the boss won't seem to let me in. I swear sometimes that man is out to get me. They let you dream just to watch him shatter. You're just a step on the boss man's ladder, but you got dreams he'll never take away. On the same boat with a lot of your friends, waiting for the day your ship will come in and the tide's gonna turn and it's all gonna roll your way. Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living. Barely getting by, it's all taking and no giving. They just use your mind and you never get the credit. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5, yeah, they got you where they want you. There's a better life, and you think about it, don't you? It's a rich man's game, no matter what they call it. And you spend your life putting money in his wallet. 9 to 5, what a way to make a living. Barely getting by, it's all taking and no giving. They just use your mind and they never give you credit. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5, yeah, they got you where they want you. There's a better life, and you dream about it, don't you? It's a rich man's game, no matter what they call it. Why'd you come in here looking like that in your cowboy boots and your painted on jeans, all decked out like a cowgirl's dream? Why'd you come in here looking like that? Here comes my baby, dragging my heart behind. He's driving me crazy. Who says love is blind? He's got a wandering eye and a traveling mind. Big ideas and a little behind. Out with a different woman every night. But I remember when he was mine. Why'd you come in here looking like that in your high heel boots?
Hello, bonjour. So, one of the things that I've done in my past life was compose an Anishinaabe Barney song. You remember the purple dinosaur? And I know that this is kind of off topic, but I wanted to share it with you before we call Chief Obonge up and Chief Jacko to come up and share some inspiring and uplifting words. So this song is going out to the little boy or the little girl in you. You ready? Kijwanamin, apachigagi met swinamin, ginamachayan, giandanukian, meanwa piagawabamin. Yay! Yay! So that was specifically for the little boy and little girl in you. Now I'd like to welcome Chief Obonge and Chief Jacko to kick us off for the leadership discussion.
Chiefs, elders, matriarchs, youth, today we stand united to deliver a clear, unwavering message to Ottawa. We will use every tool at our disposal, our laws, our courts, our international protections, and our collective power on the land to defend our sovereignty. Canada must honor the treaties. Canada must respect the spirit of partnership. We are willing to accept nothing less. So, you know, a lot of our people are sleeping in the streets and everything, and it shouldn't be that way. Everybody's in a housing crisis. You know, everybody's in a housing crisis. Cost of living is going up. We're under attack, you know. What about our best interests? Who looks after our rights? We never ever gave up jurisdiction over our kids. Lots of stuff was enforced on us. You know, what if we were allowed lawyers before 1951? How much is Canada will look different? There wouldn't be a Canada if it wasn't for our treaty. And I'm just kind of disheartened here today. This room should be full with our people. You know, even when I drove downtown, our people shouldn't be happening to line up at the soup lineup. You know? Can't forget where we come from. Just because we sleep in teepees, we're not homeless. Those are homes for millennia. No, how do you get back to a treaty way of life? Who lives a treaty way of life? Who lives on the land? You can't be scared to go out there. You ignore these no trespassing signs and everything. You know, my neighboring community in Big Head there in Saskatchewan, not too far from the Alberta border, there's an old man there, John Sundown. You know, he had nine boys. I didn't know he couldn't make girls or anything, but I know. But anyways, he built a cabin in Meadow Lake Park, you know, to hunt, to provide for his children. He ended up getting charged. He ended up tearing down that cabin. His court case went all the way up to the Supreme Court. You know, he was told to come to Ottawa, to the Supreme Court. You know what that old man said? I'm not going to Ottawa. You guys come here. I don't have money to travel everything. So he did. He had court in his own house. He had court on his phone. RCMP had a court on his phone. The old man, he ended up winning this court case. You know, so we have John Sundown cabins in our territory to practice our treaty way of life, to provide for our people. You know, we can't forget that. When the environment's under attack, everybody thinks about money. What about Mother Earth? You know, that's who we are. We are protectors of these lands. You know, we can't even forget about the bugs. You know, because we're all connected, biodiversity. It's all a big cycle. And in my territory, my caribou, my brother, my sister was going to go extinct. Can you put a cost to that? Right? When you talk about true revenue sharing, we're supposed to get half and half. We know we're a minority in our own country now. Well, there's only about, in Alberta, there's only 150,000 First Nations out of 4 million people. I asked the Governor General, got to step up. You know, the chiefs can't do it alone. They can't separate Canada. You know, they got to step up and help us, because we are the true owners of these lands. But, and Regina, you know, if us men will just listen, we wouldn't be divorced, so we got to just listen. So that's my advice to you, you men out there, just listen and you won't be divorced and you won't sleep on the couch. But I'll just leave it at that, and Must-See Cho for having me, guys, and I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Because we benesik in the go, what benesik mina, give me the ghost, the gen can go on, take and do them. Okay, my question I cabig Jigabo, because is agony, makes the syndicate kino, cabig my god, the matabik, but doesn't the wake. When again into the Bachmoan, Pangiet the go as Kenaman, and go partis and kego again in no go gain in is Buxenema go on Chicago get on China. just wanted to say thank you again for asking me to come and speak and share a little bit of little knowledge that I have in regards to my role in a leadership role in some of our challenges, but also looking at how we might move forward in opportunities to continue to build our First Nations, that we may be able to be on that other side of the prosperity side like the rest of Canadians across Canada here. So it's challenging, definitely. And you know, I was kind of listening to the presenters yesterday. I was listening today, and I always want to acknowledge, first of all, my roots and who I am as a Anishinaabe Kwe. And that's why I always start off that way, with acknowledging who I am, spirit first, because I am a spiritual being living a human experience here on earth. And at every journey that we have, we know we're going to leave something, but we're also going to journey on to something better. And that's my belief, and that's what I hope for our future generations, our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, those yet to come. You know, that we could leave something that's ours, our history as Anishinaabe people, our challenges included, part of that. Some of the challenges that we faced over the years, my previous leader, I'll just share with you, he went to Supreme Court too, and he went to jail to fight for inherent right. And I always remember that. I stand here and I think about that, and I listen to some of the other leaders and their challenges they've had to stand up for their inherent right to govern themselves as leaders within their own First Nations, but within their territories. Today we're put up against a battle with one another. In our own territory, our sister community, who our family is kind of living relatives on both sides, we're divided. We're challenged in regards to being recognized as one community, because those are our brothers and sisters. But that's what the government does. They pick one community and they pit people to fight, to create that division, that misunderstanding. And there's secrecy. You can't share information because we're not there yet. We're not at a place of being able to share it. And that happens over and over on different topics, whether it be health, education, land claims, whatever it's going to be. It's the same thing. It's like you got to wait a few years, and then we'll consult with you. Then we're going to ask you. Right? So that's kind of what we're up against. And so I only share this in light of our challenges as Anishinaabe people. But we're so, like I've heard some of the elders speak this morning and this afternoon, we are assimilated. You can't deny that. We use technology, we're using the advances, and they're being used against us. But we have to be smart, and we have to think about how can we move forward in using that technology, using those resources the way that they're using them. They're the ones that have the experts, they have the scientists, the junior physicists, everything else that they have, and they dictate to us, okay, this is science, this proves this is going to work. But you know what? Science is not 100%. There is nothing. And so we're challenged just like they are to experiment. And so what is it that we want to do with our life here on this planet? Is we want to continue to look after our land the best way, because that was what our responsibility is to look after the land in a good way. Not to put something into the earth that's going to live there for years and billions of years, and we don't know what's going to happen to it. Or into our waters, or into the mines that's going to seep into our lakes and our rivers. Those haven't been proven, and there's already, history has shown itself that not all measures are safe. And so for me, as a leader in my community, there's a stance is that there's a word that we use, is that we will stand strong and fight for the land, sacredness of it. That was given to us from Creator. And we have that written on our wall to remind us daily as leaders that we're going to remember that we have to look after our water, we have to look after our land. We don't create chemicals. That's another society that does that. We don't create that stuff. The other side of it is anything that's to be used is to put back. That was the other teaching. You give back. You give something. You put something back. Sama. And you give. And you only take. You don't take all of it, you only take a little bit, what you're going to use. And that's how we were taught. The government that we have today wants to take everything, all our resources, take all of it, but that's not our way of our people. We take what we need. We leave the rest, and then we put back to the best of the ability what we destroyed to try to replicate and put it back to its good place again. That's all I wanted to say, and I hopefully you have a good evening, and that for myself, I'm always grateful to be able to help in any capacity. Like I said when I first started, I'm a very humble person. I'm not one to present myself in a way that knows everything, because I know I don't. I'm very humble that way. I only know a little bit. And I just want to say Chimigwech.
Miigwech, everything is best delivered in the language. Okay, it's the language of love and the language of truth. So I'm going to welcome our next speaker, Chief Sheldon Sunshine from Sturgeon Lake. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Danzig Kauyak. Now I forgot what I was going to say. Mio Gisigao. Naskuman Simantu Anutska Gisigak. I want to first of all, thank the Creator for this beautiful day. Thank all the speakers before me. I want to thank the pipe carriers who lifted the pipe this morning. It's always good to sit with our spiritual people. It's always humbling, and I always learn something. And I want to thank them for those teachings this morning. I want to thank the elder for the opening comments this morning. We talk about a lot of things. We've got a lot of challenges before us. And we heard some of them. But we all live those things. Wherever I go, whenever I talk to ministers or even the Prime Minister when we met with him, we talk about those challenges, and yet we don't come up with no solutions. I had hoped that I come here, we have a conversation with chiefs on creating some solutions for some of our challenges. I heard those folks talk yesterday. I heard the AFN National Chief talk yesterday. Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation is not part of the AFN. If you want to search up our name on the AFN website, even to register for Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation for myself to go speak there, you won't find it. And we're okay with that. But what we're not okay with is for them speaking on behalf of treaty nations. When I come here, and I'm going to connect with other treaty nations, and see a lot of empty tables. And I'm disappointed by that. I don't blame these nations. I know chiefs deal with a lot of things. Well, they deal with everything. I shouldn't say a lot of things. We deal with everything. It's not just one thing. So in order to take 4 days off out of our schedules to come here, I think it's ultra important. especially with the challenges before us. You know, we heard about our membership. You know, there's CFS, health, education, you name it, you run down the list. Then we have to deal with major projects, data centers. You know, Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation has been at the forefront of a lot of these challenges in our territory. Not because we want to, because we have to. As leadership of Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation, we have the obligation to look after our way of life, to protect our way of life so that our future generations can enjoy what we enjoy, how we grew up. And that's being diminished. And we're at a critical juncture as First Nation people. I don't think many people realize on how serious this is. And I say that because I look through this room. I don't see many people. I appreciate you all for being here. You know, I'm not one who's going to hammer my fist and be rant and rave. You know, I am calm. But my frustration is deep. You know, we got a saying in Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation, we're nice until we're not. And we haven't been nice to some government. Well, I said we haven't been nice to government. We haven't been nice to some proponents in our territory. And we're going to continue not being nice. I think it's time that as First Nation people, we have to come together. Otherwise, you talk about assimilation. I was assimilated. I'm not going to deny it. 4.5 years ago, I'll say 4.5 a month, 4.5 years and 6 weeks. I was living my life with no concerns. I had a fantastic life. I worked 8:30 to 4:30, weekends off, 1 month of holidays, and I was set until I retired. My Creator had a different path. Woke me up. It's time our people wake up. I didn't understand a lot of things about treaty back then. I was 50 years old. I didn't have the understanding that I do have now. You know, being chief is a responsibility. Responsibility not only to our people now, responsibility to our people from the past, but a responsibility for our future people in the future. And if we don't do nothing now, then what are we doing? You know, my biggest worry is when I'm done this role, and then I live 20 years, 25 years down the road, my chop-on comes to me. That's not born yet. We lost our rights. We lost our way. My biggest worry is that he asked me, Papa, why didn't you do enough? That's my biggest worry. And I know, Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation, we've been doing our part. And we're going to continue doing our part. But I challenge every other nation here to stand up. And I don't do it for myself. I don't do it for glory. I don't need a pat on the back, because I carry that responsibility with me at all times. And so when I had a conversation with my friend Kevin yesterday, and we're talking about the comment that the mayor said yesterday. He brought it to my attention. I was doing some work for back home, and he told me, "Did you hear what the mayor said?" And I said, "I'm sorry, I missed it. What did he say?" He was talking about the lands. He was talking about this land used to be First Nation land. It bothered him, and it bothers me. Because this is not used to be First Nation land. This is First Nation land. This is all First Nation land. And that's what we forgot. You know, we talk about all the resources development that's happening in our territories. And then we talk about the processes. We talk about the provincial process, we talk about the federal process, yet we forget. We forget our inherent rights given us by Creator. Those are our lands, those are our responsibility. And it's time that we stop thinking like a colonized mind. We have to start thinking that this is our land, this is our territory, this is our in common with our brothers and sisters all across this land. Until that happens, you know, we could talk about all these problems and issues in our territories. We could talk all day. We've been talking for as far as long as I can remember. We're talking about all the challenges, social issues in our communities, and what all the systemic issues that we're dealing with. But the answer is out there on the land. I've been raising this concern with what's happening in Alberta for some time. They don't give a shit about our people. You know, I'll use Regina's French or whoever's French you were talking about, but they don't. The governments don't care. And so it doesn't matter what table we sit at or what process we use, they don't care. And so the only thing that they understand is litigation and money. In order for us to change the process, we're going to have to litigate, we're going to have to educate our people, re-educate our people to have that understanding that this is our land, this is our right. And, you know, stop being conditioned. Stop thinking that this is theirs, this is their process. We have to change the system. You know, litigation, education, and asserting ourselves. That's one thing that I learned as being chief here. I was asked by elders, what are you doing? You want something, assert yourselves. That's what we're doing. We're asserting ourselves in our territory. We're putting pressure on government, putting pressure on industry. And it's working. I tell people, in order to make change, we're going to have to be aggressive. Aggressive in every area. If we have to stop resource development in our territories to make a change, then what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? This is what I ask chiefs at every table that I sit at. You know, we talk about all these social issues, all of these things, not understanding our side of a treaty. How are we going to make them change? They set up a table and we're going to talk about it and they're just going to string us along for years and years and years, because that's what's happening. That's what's happened. You know, I've been telling people, you want to make change? Shut these provinces down. Force them to the table. Because they're not going to listen. Or maybe they might if we open the door to a table where we could talk about these things. I was kidding, because if we know damn well they won't. You know, we have a camp that our elders are setting an elder camp up tomorrow in our territory, where there's a massive development going to be planned for our area. That's what we're doing. And it's going to grow. It's going to grow. It's going to grow. I want that to start a movement all across our territory. You know, I come here to make those connections. So it's time we stop asking. You know, Regina is such a treasure. You know, and then whenever since I became chief, I went to my first AFN meeting, heard Regina talk. That was it. You know, I love you, Regina. Thank you for all your work. And I just want people to understand where we're coming from. We get this perception that Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation is opposed to everything. We're not opposed to everything. We challenge the norm. We're done accepting their process. And it's not rocket science. We're not geniuses. We're average people just like you. But we're done with the talk. We're going to walk the walk. I encourage you all to join us. I encourage you to reach out to your leaderships. Challenge them. Where are they? Because when this starts, we need help. With that, I want to thank you all for listening. We are happy people. We're nice until we're not. Okay? Naskup now. Akyo.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chimikwich, for those powerful words. Now we'd like to ask Chief David Monias from Cross Lake to come up, Pimachikamak. David? Let's give him a big round of applause, everybody.
Thank you. Just gotta adjust this way. All right. First of all, then I'd like to say my greetings in my language. Tansi, dutemak niwago maganak, kagano tagayayak. Kinaras kamit no gimaoni na pemit si kamagotse. Mino gimagan Cross Lake Band of Indians in Tochin. Ako notes kape mi biggest yan isto mo atat wenotse. Apigis kahayaman. But the many tenant to the man is the Mutsiga takes a tatwin. As you walk good talk. Getting in, I don't know, stick with you, Gamown, and you knew Gamow and me. Okay, the Tamascat, no, getting in all, Gamow, it yet sucks cock, napilk, scat suck. First of all, I'd like to say that my name is David Monias. I'm the chief of the nation, the sovereign nation called Pimachikamak. And I'm also the chief ex officio for the Cross Lake Band of Indians. But first and foremost, I am the chief of the nation. That's how I'm elected based on our traditional governance. I work with Elders Chief and Council, Women's Chief and Council, Youth Chief and Council as part of my governance in my community, in my territory, and I am the principal spokesperson for that circle of governance that we have. It's a Council of Fire. First, I'd like to say hello to everybody, all the chiefs, councilors, all women, men, elders, and youth. I greet every one of you. I consider you my relatives because we're all related. We're all from this land. And I'll speak a little bit about what my thoughts were. I kind of thought maybe it might be called for it to speak, so I wrote something very quickly based on what I heard. And just so you know, every time I go meet with the government, whether it be a minister or the prime minister, and when he was actually delivering the speech and meeting with the chiefs in Ottawa, I went up to meet the prime minister to shake his hand. I asked to shake his hand, just to remind him that we have a treaty, and also gave him a replica of a Treaty 5 medal so he doesn't forget that he's on treaty land as well. I always do that with the ministers, to make sure that they don't forget they are relatives as well to us in this land. And we share this land, and we agree to live side by side, not for them to control us or to govern us. I always say to them as well, we were sovereign before we were treaty. Don't forget that. That's an important message that we have to state. Because when we're sovereign, that means we had our own laws. We govern our people, we govern our decisions based on our waters and our land and what we do on a day-to-day basis. We've always done that. They may be unwritten, but the laws were there. I'll repeat that treaties are living promises. They aren't just old documents as stated. Some have stated they're not relics. They're sacred agreements between First Nations and the Crown that bind us today. The Constitution protects those promises, so you got to remember that the Section 35 of the Constitution protects those treaties. We don't get our governance from Section 35. We don't get the treaties from Section 35. Section 35 doesn't give us treaties. We had treaties. We entered into those treaties. They're just there to protect them and recognize them. It recognizes that they exist already and says they must be protected. And also, somebody mentioned about time and how we're colonized and all that stuff, right? Times change, but treaties don't change. First Nations cultures have evolved, technology has advanced, and our ways of life look different today than it was 100 years or 200 years ago. That does not weaken or erase or change the treaties at all, just so you know. They still apply just as strong as the day they were signed. Using modern tools doesn't make us colonized. If you use a cell phone or drive a truck or fly on a plane, doesn't make you less of a treaty person. It doesn't diminish that. It's just that our way of life has changed. We adapt. Every culture changes. So we have to remember that as well. First Nations have always adapted and innovated while keeping their laws, languages, and values intact. Adaptation is survival, not surrender. And that's key to remember. Colonization is about control, and this is the important part. Not appliances. Being colonized means losing control of your land, your government, or your children and your future. So that's what they're trying to legislate as they started with the Indian Act. After we signed the treaties, right? So Indian Act didn't come from the treaties. They created those treaties themselves, so the treaties existed prior to that. It means having foreign laws forced upon you. It does not mean using a television or living in a house. So we have to change that. Indian Act Section 88 allowed foreign laws into our community. And this is where it's important to distinguish this. When Section 88 was created in 1951, it opened the door for provincial laws to apply on reserve. Because what they thought was that they didn't see our laws, our oral laws, our oral customs, and all that stuff that we have. They didn't see it, so they said there was a void, that there's nothing there, right? There's nothing there. There's no law, no regulations or anything like to regulate ourselves. So they opened the greatest legislation in the Section 88, and then all the laws poured in, right? That's why everybody drives in a truck with a driver's license, right? You do all these things. Now, what it also means is that we got to recognize that if you fill that void or make them see that there's no void in there, their laws don't apply on reserve. Our nation and our Bemidji-Kamak, we've started creating our own laws. We have our own sovereign law on elections, on citizenship, and hydro, water usage, and also what our laws around what is violence in our community, right? So we started creating those laws to make sure that their laws don't apply on our reserve. So that's why I'm Chief of the Nation, elected by custom. And we have certain terms for it. And what happens is that somebody still has to look after the band, so they don't come and take over. So we become ex officio for those chief and council roles. But our primary is to look after our governance and also look after our waters and our land and our resources and protect those things. And to govern ourselves and how we We relate to each other, how we treat each other. That's what we do. Okay? And we do that because we know that those rights never faded with time. Promise does not lose its meaning just because the world around us changes. Treaties must be treated in today's context, not stuck in the past, but fully alive in the present. We have to look at that. We have to make sure we follow that as well. Treaties weren't about staying frozen in time. Our ancestors didn't sign treaties to keep us locked in the past. They signed them so we could live alongside newcomers on our own terms, adopting as needed and adapting as needed while keeping our rights intact. Te Pasanem, I'm related to Te Pasanem Treaty 5 in 1875. And then had signed another treaties in 1908. And the guy who signed the treaty back then was Chief David Monias, who happens to be my relative as well. What I'm saying is that protection isn't the same as action. A promise on paper doesn't mean much unless we actually follow them through. We need a clear, shared plan. First Nations governments must work together to spell out what treaty rights look like in a daily life, on the land, in communities, and modern-day decision-making roles. This isn't just about law, it's about integrity. Keeping our word means treating each other with genuine respect and not just going through the motions. It's time to move from conflict to partnership. There's actually coming a Prime Minister, First Minister's meeting with the First Nations. There's one coming up. One of the things I'm trying to push through is a Section 35 Framework Agreement. It shows they're willing to implement the treaties, and that's what we need to do. Moving beyond just a recognition, beyond the protection, but actually implementation. So we need a framework like that, and hopefully that the rest of the First Nations leadership also agree with that we can create that. So they will recognize our laws, they will recognize that we need to implement our rights, our treaty rights under health, education, and so forth. Our treaties are a shared future. Modern life doesn't cancel old promises, and using a cell phone doesn't change who we are as well, so don't let them make you think that, because some people do that. Let's stop talking about and start living up to them together. And I think that's what we need to do. We have an opportunity coming up, and let's make it a good one. Let's start planning, start thinking, what is it, one of the chiefs stated, what is it that we want from them? What's on our side of the table that we want to put there? We can't wait for them to say, okay, I'm going to give you money. I'm going to give you resources so you can create your own things. Well, we already have those things. The oral traditions, the stories and the ceremonies in our language already tells us that. Pagut tuin. Ego to uche, ninnan kauche pamiswa, kauche na stoy, nastay na nan ta si se wagut tuak, ta si ta ka migasiak, ta si minagay swe pinigiak, ta si wana sweyak, usisa, tute na ninnan. Ego te uche ninnan. Abachita nan, dindiwinan, mina isipigis kyak. Ego sisto dapat sitayak. Start recognizing you do have laws and you do have your ways of doing things, and put them out there. Let's get them out and start putting things together so we can implement these treaties. Because we'll continue to have these conferences time and time again. You know, we'll talk and talk and talk. That's what they want us to do. You know, we have to start doing our part and implementing them. So thank you for listening to me and giving me the opportunity to speak. Can I ask a bit more, you know? Because I have a hat for you.
Oh. Matches your outfit. Just a quick reminder to follow the protocol. We're kindly reminding people to wait until the spirit dish has been made before any food or dessert is taken. Miigwech. Grand Chief. And our next speaker is Grand Chief Trevor McCready.
Thank you. First, I want to give thanks to the Anishinaabe Nation, Treaty 2 territory, for welcoming us here to this beautiful lands. It's my first time here in Brandon, and you know, I want to say that I've been in a couple of the cities here in Manitoba, and I'm always pleasantly surprised about how beautiful your cities are and how much recognition you have in Manitoba when it comes to First Nations people, including the murdered and missing women license plates, which I can't see happening in Alberta because of the current government. I was listening to Chief Sunshine and some of the other chiefs that were talking here before I came up, and I think it's important to know, for our people to know, that we are in a very sensitive time right now when it comes to who we are as people and our rights. You know, there's some heavy threats coming from the US that are going to impact us one way or another. It's going to make life harder. And what Canada is doing is trying to move forward with many projects that are inside of our territories, and they're leaving us behind. I think it's important that we start standing together and creating more unity between ourselves and standing up for our resources and our rights and who we are as people. I think we're going to have to get uncomfortable and do things that we don't really want to do to give a better life to our kids. Because Canada is ignoring us, they're not listening to us, and Chief Sunshine is completely correct. The only thing they're listening to is litigation. Where I'm from in Treaty 8 territory, we have a number of nations that have brought litigation forward against Canada and the province in many, many different instances, whether it's Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation, Athabasca Chipewyan, Fort Mackay, Duncan's First Nation, many, many more. And we are seeing results. A while back, we were having a discussion about separation and how we're going to protect ourselves in Alberta when it comes to separation. And I told them that civil disobedience was on the table. And when I said that, it kind of made waves across Canada. And the reason I bring it up, because the government of Canada is very, very concerned right now about how we're going to move forward. And we're letting everything slide. We have to get out onto the land. We have to put some things in place, whether it's camps. We have to protect who we are as people, and we have to make the government uncomfortable. I was a chief back in 2012 when Idle No More was at its peak. We had the RCMP from this area, Ontario, come to our area, Treaty 8, and sit with our Treaty 8 chiefs and discourage us from uniting with the Mohawks and the other nations that were doing their thing, because we had blockades as well up north in Alberta, as well as the Mohawks blocking the railways here or in Ontario. You know, you fast forward another 14 years, and we start hearing about the push that the federal government had to send disinformation to our people in Treaty 8 territory and tell us that the Mohawk people and what was happening there was a gang. It was a gang that if we brought them into our territories, we wouldn't be able to get rid of them. So there's always a concerted effort, and the government agencies are working together against us as First Nations people to make sure that we don't do the things that they fear. We had a meeting with CSIS 2 weeks ago about our concerns with the data breach and what's happening here in Canada when it comes to separation and a few of our other issues when it comes to surveillance of our leaders. They only had one concern, and that was to tell us that we got to be careful when we're dealing with foreign countries, with countries that are not Canada, when it comes to working with industry and bringing in some funds from foreign country. I basically told them that it's their fault that we are looking at foreign countries to help bring business to our territories and be a real true partner. There is no resource revenue sharing when it comes to the resources coming out of our territories, especially in Alberta. I think in BC they have some sort of agreements there. I'm not sure about the totality of Canada, but most nations do not have resource revenue sharing, a true resource revenue sharing process in place. And I think that, you know, if we really want to do something, now is the time. I sit at was appointed as a member Major Projects Office as an Indigenous Advisory Committee. And what I say there is everything I say here, that our people still have that key. It doesn't matter if they pass Bill C-5, it doesn't matter if the province puts these regulations or removes regulations or changes legislation to their favor. We still have that key, and we still have case law, and we still have lawyers. And Prime Minister Carney has to come to terms with that he can't move forward without the consent of our people. And if we truly believe the things that we say at these tables, we would be out on the land protecting every square inch that we say is ours. And when that happens, when a nation comes forward, when people come forward to protect lands, we have to be there to support them. If they start threatening to put our people in jail, we have to support them, and we have to be willing to go to jail too, because in the end, those charges will never stick. We had a roadblock in our territory of Alberta that Woodland Cree put up. 1 or 2 kilometers away from the roadblock, there was about 20 police vehicles and a whole process there. They never did come to arrest our people because we were ready to defend. And we're hoping that each and every other nation in Canada would be willing to do the same as well. And we're starting to create relationships with the Ontario nations, Quebec nations, Manitoba nations, Saskatchewan nations, and further east, as well as BC. We're trying to establish tables that can bring this unity together and have these discussions. We heard from Morningstar Mercury today on the legislation, on the criminalization of sterilization that many of us weren't even aware of because the media isn't there to promote it and talk about it. That's a sad state. We should all know about it. It should have been world news. But here we are. And, you know, I got lots to say, and there's so much to say at events like this, but I want to thank each and every one of you for being here as well, because it's you people that are the real leaders of our communities. You're here listening, you're here to provide input, and you take a lot of what is being said home. And I had some of them, you know, one of the members saying, Chief, when are you going to go up to speak? You know, I wasn't on the agenda and I didn't know if I was going to be here, but I'm sure glad to be able to be here and speak on behalf of the Treaty 8 First Nations, the sovereign nations. We changed our name about a month ago. We used to be the Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta. We changed our name to Treaty 8 Sovereign Nations. That's just one small step, but it's a necessary step. And that's the types of things we have to do to recognize and bring forward who we are as people. So I just want to say, you know, I think we got some tough work ahead of us. I think we got to get uncomfortable. We got to get rowdy. We got to do what we got to do because our kids are going to suffer. It's not getting better. Thank you.
Did someone say rowdy?
Or blockade?
Woo! Or blockade? Let's do it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So our next and final speaker, I believe, is going to be Ovid McCurdy, and he's going to explain to us why he wasn't here this morning. Just kidding, just kidding. Here he is, Chief Ovid McCurdy.
I heard someone said I went golfing. Yeah, you know, I didn't do that. In fact, I was in a meeting with the chief, yes, our Grand Chief, and several other chiefs from southern and northern Manitoba about getting funding to start negotiating a Manitoba-based or First Nations-based child welfare system to get away from the provincial law and their authority, and to operate under our own inherent authority as a people. So we met with the ISK minister. So there will be an assembly of chiefs coming up, and then we'll be providing with them the results of these negotiations. But there is movement and there is support for people to start discussing how we look after our children on and off reserve. So we're not dealing with the federal program, because the federal program is only about on-reserve funding. And that's creating a division within our own nations, and we don't want to maintain that system that divides our people, starting off with dividing children from their families. So we hope that we can accomplish this within a reasonable time. Yeah, but if you must know, I'd rather have been golfing. Yeah, but here we have it. I have to tell you the truth. I actually went to a meeting. So today was supposed to be an afternoon where we talk about, like, what are we going to do about our treaties? Because we know that waiting is not a solution, because waiting has resulted in no action for more than 150 years. What are we going to do? Like, what's our action plan? What's our strategy to make sure that our treaties are honored by this country, but not only by this country, but also by the descendants of Queen Victoria, which means Great Britain, London. So we have to look at a strategy that deals with both countries, not just one. The other thing is this. Treaty justice will not be automatic. We will have to fight for it. Just like my cousin Trevor Mercury said, we have to draw the line. And we have to support each other when that happens. Like, if people are opposed to a major project anywhere in the country, and if we see a government taking action to set them aside, to ignore them, and if they take political action to show their displeasure and to protect their rights, then we have to be there with them. That kind of support must happen. So here today, we didn't finish the conversation amongst the leadership, so we will return to it. We will carry on with that. We will let you know in the morning how we're going to adjust our agenda to accommodate the leadership to keep talking. But in the meantime, you know, as citizens of our nations, You have treaty rights. But these treaty rights have been denied you as individuals, but also these rights have been denied us as nations. So part of our work is to make it very clear what we mean by we have these treaty rights. So most commonly, when people talk about treaty rights, they talk about things like hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering rights, which are written down in the written text of the treaty. This is the white man's interpretation of what was done. It is not a full understanding of what actually took place. Why we don't subscribe to their interpretation and why we don't comply with their written text. But even though we say that, we know that there are some words in there, like every one of our communities is entitled to a school in their community. We call that the treaty right to education. But the interesting thing is this: instead of the government honoring the treaty after Confederation, after the Canada formed, set up residential schools. We have no right to a residential, we don't have a treaty right to a residential school. We have a treaty right to education in our own territories, in our own communities. So they broke the treaty immediately. I would say the ink was not even dry and they were already decided that they're going to remove young people from their parents. Why would they do that? When the treaty says they're entitled to be taught in their communities. They did that, and the quiet word, the silent word is assimilation. But that's too kind a word to use for what they did. The real intention is what Murray Sinclair later on in his life called, what's the word again? I can't hear you. What? Oh, for God's sakes, you're timid. All right! Yeah, genocide. See, they had never had any intention of honoring the treaty. Why would they? When they already believed that the land was theirs because they bought it from the Hudson Bay Company, and the Parliament, the British Parliament, that transferred that land to them 2 years after Confederation. Even before they came to see us for treaty, they already believed that land was theirs. That's the history. And they can't deny the sequence of events and how things happen. They have to appreciate the fact that we're smart enough to know history, right? So history is on our side. Time is not on our side. They were using time, 150 years, hoping that we would forget that we had these rights as a people. Because the treaty was about guaranteeing our way of life. You heard some elders talk today about spirituality, culture and traditions. That was part of the treaty, understanding. That is part of our way of life. And those words in the treaty that talk about fish trapping and all that, that's about livelihood. The treaty right to a livelihood. And then if you look at even the written text, some of us who are lucky enough to have time to read when we're not playing bingo, did I say something funny? Oh, okay. Because even when it came to policing, even when it came to justice, in the written text of the treaty, there's a reference to this idea that if an Indian breaks the law, it'll be the Indians that will bring that Indian to justice. It did not say the white man can pick him up and take him to court. No. It's very clear, even in the written text, that we never surrendered our right to policing and for creating our own justice system, for handling crime in our own way. So what does a treaty mean for us? That's the most important question. And that's where you have to dedicate your lives for a bit, to say to yourself, well, it must mean more than just the right to education. What about the right to health? It must mean we have the right to health. Because the conduct of the negotiators, the commissioners, was to demonstrate that they were concerned about our health. And that obviously would have been part of the conversation. But of course the country doesn't acknowledge that we even have the treaty right to education, because they don't fund education as a treaty right. And they don't fund health as a treaty right. They don't fund anything that we do as a treaty right. And that is one of those things that we have to change. We have to go after treaty-based funding for everything we do. Are you listening to me, or are you just too busy with your phone? I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to that table over there. I know, I'm not talking to you either, I'm talking to that table over there. I'm teasing you. Anyway, look at the reports of the commissioners, the treaties, when they reported back to the country that assigned them. And then they use words like the bounty of the land. We know what the bounty of the land. This is our land. We know how rich we are as a people. The land is wealthy. And the land sustained our people for generations. And the land would have sustained us forever. But now we're at the position where we have to take measures to protect the land too, and the waters. They have not done that in a good way. Also, the treaty commissioners talked about things like the benevolence of the crown. The benevolence of the crown. Well, that must mean they wanted to share something with us, right? They refer to this idea of doing things together. But they never did that, of course. But we can use their language against them. But we need to be united, and we also need to be very determined to have a strategy. And one of those is the declaration that was shared with you by Chief Watchmaker. I wasn't here, but I read that beforehand. That's a result of another conference. And one of the elders today mentioned to us that maybe we should use that and take it to the First Ministers' Conference and table it as one of our statements. I think that's a very good idea. Should we do that? I want to hear the young people. Should we do that? I want to hear the young people. Should we do that? Okay then. All right. Okay. Elder, you got the people heard you. And the statement will be one of the things that we will take to the First Ministers' Conference. Now, one other thing that I wanted to mention about our treaties, apart from what is our interpretation, what does it mean for us, is also about the relationship. What was the relationship that we wanted to have with them? Because our ancestors did have some experience with the colonizer, with the settler, before the treaty was made. And in our part of the province, in the country, that relationship was with the Hudson Bay Company. It was about trade and about livelihood. So we had contact with Englishmen and Scotsmen. And many of these individuals intermarried with our people. So we know we had that relationship. So that when the treaty was made, it was on the understanding that we were going to share something together. that we were going to build something together. Not that they were going to steal everything, but we were going to do something together to create a society, something even better than what we see in this country now. Because we would have brought in into this, through those discussions, our belief system, our understandings, our teachings, and we would have shown them, just like the Haudenosaunee people did with the American Constitution, that by treating with us as human beings, as equals, which was the intention of the treaty, in a relationship with them, we would have come up with a better understanding, a better world than what we experienced under their management and their resources. So how many of you are tired of that, of being told what to do? I'm not talking about your mother or your boyfriend, right? I'm talking about Canada. How many of you are tired of that? Raise your hand. And if you're really tired, stand up and stomp your feet. There you go. Right on. Now, Chief Trevor, you just got the answer you were looking for. People want action. They want the world to change for them, to improve. Just like the promise that the treaty gave to our ancestors. But the interpretation was never ours. They interpreted the treaty for their benefit only. They walked away from our treaty tables 150 years ago, believing that we surrendered our land, that we extinguished our title. It's just as if they own everything now. That's what they believe. And the foundation of this country is based on that false belief that our ancestors surrendered their title to Canada. But there's no proof of it. There's no document that they can show us that where our ancestors signed transferring our land to them. Because the treaty was not a land transfer. It was about a relationship. So, another topic that we need to take to the FMC is the treaties. And see what these are going to do. Give them one more chance to do something. Because they have done nothing for 150 years. We say to them, okay, what are your intentions now? How are you going to honor the treaty of 11? Okay? And then as an additional topic for the FMC, we should also say to them, we want the NRTA rescinded. The Natural Resources Transfer Agreement Act, we want that rescinded. Now that's really going to scare the heck out of them. Because the provinces stand on this idea that in 1930, and they must have known that land was stolen, but in 1930, they believe that from that point on, they have sovereign title of our resources, that they have exclusive authority and jurisdiction over our natural resources. That's what they think. And that's why we have to go there and say, follow the land, not the money. Follow the land. And if you follow the land from 1670 to the present, you'll know that land was stolen. And that land is also the RTA. Now, I'm going to ask a question. ¿Qué gustaste now? ¿Qué gustaste now? Que gustasyo now? I can't hear you, for God's sake. Okay. I asked you, are you afraid? No, we're not afraid anymore, are we? We are not afraid because we have the Creator that put us here. We have all those beliefs that will give us power to deal with any opposition, even ridicule. We will be able to withstand that. Even when the government comes around to divide our people, we will be able to withstand the division. Division will happen. But if we stand united, our ancestors will smile on us. They'll be very happy. Because they're still here. They're watching over us. Not just the Creator, but our ancestors. This is our belief system. And it's a beautiful belief system. And it's one that's shared by other tribal people all over the earth. Tribal people who believe their ancestors are still with them. Just as we do. Okay? So, I'm talking because I want the food to get cold. And no, I don't. I don't want to do that, but I know they're lined up already. So I want to thank the chefs over there and the staff from the center here for preparing all that food for us to enjoy. And that I'll give you a tip. My treaty is honored. Just kidding. Okay, that's enough. Anyway, tomorrow, now, we'll see you tomorrow. And we'll go back to this idea of listening to the elders and the leaders about the direction we should be taking on treaty implementation. Many years ago, when I was still just learning about our history, I had the, I would say, luck of stumbling into a book written by an author called Jackson about treaties. So I picked it up. And the title of that book is A Century of Dishonor. Now here we are now. We can write a book ourselves, A Century and a Half of Dishonor. But that book that I'm referring to that I read was about the treaties with the American tribes. So they have experienced the same ignorance from the nation state we have. And that's one of the things that I appreciate about what Chief Trevor Mercury said about creating alliances, and what the National Chief said about creating alliances with the American tribes. Because we need that kind of partnership to support each other in dealing with these nation states that believe that all of North America belongs to them. But we have a little bit of a surprise for them. We will remind them that the land, the water, the air, all the resources belong to us. Kiapits, still. You see? And then when it deals with the idea of major projects, the whole premise of any major project in the country, like a pipeline from Alberta to Ontario, to James Bay, for example, is based on the assumption that the people in Treaty 9 have no rights, that the people in Treaty 6 and Treaty 7 and Treaty 8 have no rights. That's the basic assumption of major projects, why we have to stand together. And when one of our tribes, one of our people stands up against any major projects, we shouldn't just watch it on the news. We should support it financially. And if we have the capacity to be physically there to help them, we should go there physically to help them in what happened in 1990 during the Oka crisis. I don't know if all of you remember that. But these young people need to know the history, that this country was willing not just to use the police, but the army, to suppress the rights of the Mohawk people. That is part of the history of this country. But we are not afraid of that. We're not afraid of that, because we're a non-violent people. In all our history with this country, we have never acted with violence. So we have a policy when we decide to oppose a capital project will be non-violence, but also non-cooperation, a policy of non-cooperation. Just like what Elijah Harper did when he said no. That's non-violence, non-cooperation. This is our power. There we see. I know I spoke long enough for the food not to be too hot for the elders. That was my intent.
My name is Ray Russo. I'm employee with Treaty 2 Territory Government and part of this organizing group. So at this time, I want to acknowledge our moderators here doing a fantastic job for the last 2 days. We're officially 2 days, we're halfway through the 4-day gathering, so let's give Ovid and Lisa, as well as Karen, a round of applause for doing a wonderful job here. I also want to acknowledge the Treaty 2 staff, so give them a round of applause as well. And most importantly, I wanted to acknowledge Michael Devine, One Spot out of Satina Nation, as well as Carla Devine, One Spot. They are the Treaties 1 to 11 bundle keepers, fire keepers. And I want to say miigwech to our fire keepers who are doing hard work around the clock at the ceremonial site here on the East Grounds. Patrick, our lead fire keeper, stand up so we can give him a round of applause. Oh, he must have went to the bath, or is he in line already? So I wanted to acknowledge them, as well as our camera guy. He figured out his system, and then our sound guy, William, so let's give them a round of applause. And just one quick announcement, actually 2 quick announcements. No sweat tonight due to the weather. So the sweat, there was people asking for a sweat. Sweat will take place tomorrow evening following the agenda, the closing of the agenda tomorrow. And I just wanted to share that the ceremony will go down at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning at TP on the East Ground. You're all welcome to join if you'd like. So, in closing, I believe supper is ready. So, let's acknowledge the cooks, the chefs for the meals. So, and that is it. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and let's have some supper. Miigwech. Also, if there's any volunteers, maybe staff or volunteers that are here this evening, if you could help us out to serve some of our Knowledge Keepers elders, that would be fantastic. So if anybody wants to help out,